for World Resources Institute India, Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, and T20 Engagement Group of G20. I warmly welcome you all to today's discussion on technological and financial pathways for energy transition in developing economies. We thank you all, and especially our eminent speakers who have taken out time from their busy schedules to share their insights with us. This discussion is held under the Think 20 engagement group of India's ongoing G20 presidency. The event today will deliberate on the financial needs, current bottlenecks, and possible solutions for scaling up finance, which is required for energy transition in India and other emerging economies. The aim of these discussions is to provide targeted recommendations for the emerging economies that can feed into the G20 community. Before we begin, I would like to outline the flow of today's discussion. We will start with a brief welcome, followed by the keynote address by Mr. Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament Lok Sabha and Chairman of the Standing Committee of Finance. Then we'll begin with our first session titled Financial Needs for Low Carbon Energy Transition in Emerging Economies from 10 to 11:30 a.m., followed by a short break, and the second session on developing a transition finance ecosystem from 12 to 1:30 p.m. The event will end with a short lunch at the end of this room. There'll be a question answer session at the end of each panel discussion, during which you can put up your questions. For all the participants joining online, please put your questions in the chat box and we'll take it up in the question answer session. We would also request everyone present here to please keep your phones on silent. Without further ado, now I would like to invite Vibhuti Garg, Director, IEEFA South Asia, to open the session.
A very good morning to all of you. With India at the helm of the G20 presidency, it has very rightly focused, one of the greatest challenges that is inflicting the entire global world is the issue of climate change. And that is the reason we are emphasizing that we need, this whole issue needs immediate attention, but more importantly, immediate action. And that is why with this in mind, India is kind of looking at promoting life, as well as looking at it from the perspective of one world, one future. And that's where, we need collective action to bring the most desired results. Now, if you will look at it from the perspective of how do we address this whole issue, promotion of low carbon sources becomes inevitable. And those are the low hanging fruits that are required to be undertaken, and in an accelerated fashion. And in order to do that, what is required in turn is the huge pot of global capital, and that too, especially in the developing world, who are looking at expanding their economies, and they are the ones who will be contributing to the whole growth story in the coming decades. But just to throw some numbers at what's been happening so far, if you will look at the asset under management, total asset under management of 379 trillion US dollars, the emerging economies or the developing economies just have asset under management under the tune of 79 trillion US dollars, which is approximately 20% of the capital. So that's the uneven share of global capital going to the developing economies versus the developed world. There are many studies that have been carried out to estimate what the needs would be for different countries to meet the Paris Agreement goal. OECD has estimated that the world would need about 6.9 trillion US dollars on an annual basis to meet the Paris Agreement goal. There are many other estimates which are much more aggressive. For example, GFANs estimate that in order to achieve the net zero carbon pathway, the world would need about 125 trillion US dollar. So that's the kind of quantum we are talking about. Now, with this background, today we are going to focus our discussions on the technological and financial roadmap, especially in the context of the emerging economy. What are the financing needs? What are the bottlenecks? How do we address those bottlenecks to accelerate more sustainable finance coming into the ecosystem? So that's going to be the focus. And given that it's the very first time the G20 Trioca is all by the developing countries. So today's session will focus more on India, Indonesia, and Brazil. But also we have few people joining virtually from other emerging economies who will be bring in and share their perspective on sustainable finance as well in the coming session. So with this context setting, I would now like to invite Mr. Jayant Sinha to deliver the keynote address. So,
good morning to all the esteemed colleagues that are joining us today at this roundtable event as part of the T20 series, both in person and virtually. And in particular, I'd like to highlight Dr. Ahluwalia, who's been a great inspiration for all of us for many, many decades, Ulka, who I've done a lot of work with, and many other people here who I have worked with, some of them virtually, including, of course, Akhilesh Tilotia, who's joining us from Mumbai. I'm very glad that you have chosen this topic of technological and financial transition pathways for achieving widespread decarbonization for net zero. I think among the issues that we are confronting globally, and certainly in the G20 as well, this has to be either number one or number two. So it's a very relevant topic. It's a very important topic, and it's a topic that all of us must recognize that we can't postpone very serious concerted action on. It's not something that we can ignore. It's not something that we can kick the can down the road and hope that somebody else will figure it out. Because as all the modeling has shown us, and I'll speak about this in some detail, this is the decisive decade. The next 10 years or so are going to make a difference on whether we get to net zero or not. So we have to take very, very urgent action. And all of you know, I don't have to repeat this, but let me just emphasize this, that the UNEP projections are that on current course and speed with the actions and the investments that are going into the ground right now, we are on track for not 1.5 degrees centigrade global average mean temperature warming by 2100, not 1.5 degrees centigrade, which is the Paris target, not 2 degrees centigrade, which is the aspirational goal we'd like to get to, but actually 2.8 degrees centigrade. That's where we are headed. And of course, summer is coming to Delhi. We are already getting ready for another very hot summer with heat waves. And I just want to start off by reminding what happened last year, because we've already forgotten last year. What happened last year was we had the warmest March and April on record in 122 years of record keeping in South Asia. The warmest March and April. Now, we cranked up our air conditioners in India. We had some outages in Jharkhand. Of course, you didn't in Delhi, but in Jharkhand, we had, maybe 25, 30% outages, blackouts during March, April, and May. So you didn't experience it the way we experienced it. But much more importantly, not so much in India, because we were able to keep our electrical system working and, generate sufficient power. The impact in our neighborhood in Pakistan was absolutely devastating. And the point I'm trying to make it is that even at 1.1, 1.2 degrees centigrade, we are already dealing with very, very dire, disastrous consequences, even with 1.1 degrees centigrade. So think about what 2.8 degrees centigrade is going to mean for us and for our children. So what happened in Pakistan? It was a very warm March, a very warm April. And yes, we cranked up our air conditioners. But at the same time, in the Himalayas, we had unprecedented glacial melting, which we had not seen before in March and April. And as a result of that, the Himalayan rivers were in spate. I mean, they were right up to the brink in terms of the water levels there because of the unprecedented glacial melting that we had. Then, of course, in India, we had a normal to below normal monsoon. So the flooding was not that bad. We had the usual flooding, but it was not that bad. But we had a fluke extreme weather event in Pakistan. In Sindh and Baluchistan, where we don't get much precipitation, We had 5 times the normal monsoon rain, 5 times the normal monsoon rain. As a result of which, with the Indus in spate, the Indus right up to the brink in terms of its water levels, plus this kind of 5x monsoons, Pakistan experienced flooding that they have never experienced before. Last year, 2022, 1/3 of Pakistan was underwater, 30 million people affected, and damage of between 30, direct damage of $30 billion. Indirect damage, some people are estimating, is 2 or 3 times that. Now, quick question, show of hands. What do you think is Pakistan's GDP? If you have damage of 60 to 70 billion dollars, what do you think? What is the GDP? 350 billion. Full marks to you. 350 billion. When you are hit with damage of 60 to 70 billion, how much of GDP is that? 20%. What happens next? That you're seeing every day. Macroeconomic meltdown, complete collapse. And Dr. Ahluwalia and others know exactly what that means from a macroeconomic perspective. There's huge political turmoil that has been created as a result of that. And right in our own neighborhood, right next door to us, we are seeing what unprecedented flooding, climate change can induce at a macroeconomic level, at a human level, at a political level. This is not tomorrow's story. Folks, this is yesterday's story. This is what happened last year in 2022, and the consequences are rippling through Pakistan right now. Now, is that likely to happen in India tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know whether we would have something that catastrophic at a national level. But certainly, I can envision some of our states being impacted at 10 or 20% of state GDP. That can easily happen. So we are dealing with very, very dire consequences now at 1.1, 1.2 degrees centigrade. Imagine where we are going at 2.8 degrees centigrade. Now, if you all haven't read Ministry for the Future, please do read it. Show of hands, how many people have read Ministry for the Future? Nobody. Okay, please do read it. It's a wonderful book. It's written by Kim Stanley Robinson. It's considered the single best book on the near future as impacted by climate change that any author has written. It's a book of fiction, but it starts, friends, with a heat wave in northern India. It starts with a heat wave in northern India that kills, sadly, 25 million people. That's what it starts with. And it basically talks a lot about wet bulb temperatures, which you all are very familiar with. So those are the kinds of catastrophic consequences that people are already writing and talking about. This is a book that has been praised very highly by many, many well-known people, including President Obama and so on. So, a lot of people are citing it, talking about it. And as I said, the remarkable thing is it starts with the extreme heat wave in northern India. So that's how immediate and very, very tangible it can be for us as Indians. So that's the set of challenges that we are dealing with right now, with the world warming at a pace that we have never experienced before. Now, one more point, just again, as an engineer and a scientist, I want to point out to you, is that we went from, pre-industrial age about 200 years ago to now at 1.1 degrees centigrade. So over about 200 years, we warmed 1.1 degrees centigrade. Now we are likely to warm at least another 1.5, another 2 degrees centigrade in the next 80 years. So the rate of warming is increasing. Now, when you have a physical system and you suddenly increase the rate of putting in heat into that system, we have all these very difficult to anticipate climatic changes that can happen. And I just want to, before I move on from, the disaster scenario that I'm painting, I just want to give you one more sort of sobering issue to think about, and that is tipping points. So there's been a lot of very interesting research that's been done on 5 different tipping points in the climate. Nobody knows when these are going to get triggered, whether it's the Atlantic currents, whether it's the Arctic and the Antarctic ice shields, whether it's the permafrost. There are 5 of these tipping points, climate tipping points that can result in runaway impact. So for example, let's take the permafrost in the Siberian tundra. The permafrost is a lot of compressed vegetable matter, which is now frozen. The tundra is frozen. There's a lot of compressed vegetable matter. What is already happening in the tundra is that as it's getting warmer, it's obviously starting to melt. It's not permanently frozen. As it starts to melt, this frozen vegetable matter starts to release methane. Now, I don't need to tell you that methane is a very potent greenhouse gas, some 30 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. And so when this methane gets released, then the acceleration of warming starts to happen even further. If you're warming and you're releasing methane in the permafrost, in the tundra, what happens to the Arctic and the Antarctic ice sheets at the same time? So when these tipping points start to interact with each other, again, as a system dynamist, I'll tell you, it's totally unpredictable in terms of what these positive feedback effects are going to do to us. So not only do we know that we are going to experience more extreme weather, more heat waves, and so on, we have no idea how these very complex adaptive systems are going to work with each other and against each other over the next few years as the rate of warming increases much faster than it has in the past. We've never seen these kinds of temperatures before for millions and millions of years. So what's ahead of us? I am very worried about all that. So with that as the backdrop, we absolutely have to be able to get to net zero. And the net zero story is not a net zero story for Australia. It's not a net zero story for the UK. It's not a net zero story for Europe. It's not a global north story. The global north is very concerned and excited about it. And, obviously they're putting time and effort into it. But I have a high degree of confidence, knowing the kind of capital that they can bring to the table, the kind of legislation that's already in there, knowing the kind of political salience that net zero and decarbonization have already occupied in the global north, and the kind of money and innovation that's being pumped into it. It's highly likely, in fact, I think you can probably bet quite strongly in this, that sometime in the mid-century, 2050, 55, somewhere in that range, pretty much most of the global north economies, and by the way, from a legislative, legal perspective, they're committed to achieving this. Whether it's the EU Fit for 55, the Australian net zero legislation, the New Zealand net zero legislation, the UK net zero legislation, also, of course, the efforts that are going on in the US right now with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, all of these, all the capital, all the technology, all the innovation, all of this is going to take the global north, which emits the vast majority of carbon emissions right now, down to net zero. And then let's look at the biggest emitter on the planet. Where is China headed? China, and I've been in several of these international conferences, China in one voice is saying they're going to peak in the next 2 or 3 years as far as carbon emissions are concerned. And by 2060, they're going to get to net zero. And if you look at the scale and speed of their transition, you have to believe that they'll get there. And of course, they've built the largest renewables and electric vehicle industries in the world. They are the leaders in many of these underlying industries for green technologies. So China also, I think you can take a pretty safe bet that by 2060 is going to be very close to net zero. So the global north and China are getting to net zero. But where is the global south? Where is India? Where is Nigeria? Where is Indonesia? Where is Brazil? What's happening here? And that's the part we really do need to think about. Now, based on some of the work, the scientific work that I've seen, some of the modeling studies that have been done, it seems that by 2050 or so, somewhere between 60 to 80% of all emissions are not coming from the global north or China anymore. 60 to 80% of the emissions are coming from the global south by 2050. And today we are at 55 billion tons about of carbon equivalent emissions, 55 billion. I had our Australian colleague number is today we are at 50. Current course and speed, global north, global south, where will we be by 2050? It will be around 40 to 50 billion tons of carbon equivalent emissions. So despite all of this, all the T20, the G20, the COP27s, everything we're doing, right now the scientific work tells us about 25, 30 years from now, we are going to go from 55 billion to maybe 40 to 45 billion. 2.8, I don't know, maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4, who knows? That's what the absolute numbers are telling us. And I mean, I'm speaking now as a scientist, somebody who started their professional career as an energy modeler. That's what I did for 4 or 5 years of my life. running very big models of electric power systems and so on. So I have to see what the numbers tell me. That's what the numbers are saying. 40 to 45 billion tons of carbon equivalent emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050 under current course and speed. Now, what will it take for the global north to actually get to net zero? Sorry, apologies. I meant the global south. What will it take for the global south to get to net zero? Not the global north. As I said, right now, if I was a betting person, I'd pretty much bet on the global north getting there by about 2050, including China. Because for them, it's not just a question of the existentialist crisis that we're facing at a planetary level. For them, it's a matter of competitiveness as well. Because the world is going to be decarbonized, the world is going to be green. There are going to be trade barriers if you're pumping out carbon emissions. Manishji, you're not going to be able to export your goods, your Tata Motors, Tata Steel, all of that. Tata itself is committed to 2045 net zero because they know it's a trade and competitiveness issue. So the global north is going to get there. But what will it take for the global south? Now, I haven't studied Brazil and I haven't studied Indonesia and I haven't studied Nigeria or South Africa, but I have studied India. And yes, we have a target of net zero 2070. But under current course and speed, and Ulka is here, she's done a lot of the modeling. Under current course and speed, India today emits about 3.5 billion tons of carbon equivalent tons of carbon emissions, 3.5 billion tons. Under current course and speed, by 2050, India will not be at anywhere close to net zero. We will probably be about 7 billion tons. Those are our absolute emissions numbers. Will our carbon intensity in the economy come down? Yes, absolutely, it will come down. But then in 25 years, our economy, which is $3.3 trillion, even growing at 4 to 5% a year, will easily be 15 or $20 trillion. So in absolute levels, even as we are bringing down our carbon intensity, our carbon emissions are going to continue to grow because our GDP is growing at 4%. Even if we bring down intensity by 2%, 3%, it's still going to grow 1 or 2% a year. And if you grow 1 or 2% a year for 25 years, you get to 7 billion tons. It's very simple. So India is going to be at 7 billion tons by 2050 if we continue to follow the policies that we have. So then the interesting questions become, okay, suppose we have to get to 2 billion tons by 2050. Why 2 billion tons? Because if we don't get to 2 billion tons by 2050, we are not getting to net zero by 2070. So we have to be on a decarbonization pathway, a transition pathway that gets us to about 2 billion tons by 2050, so we can get to zero. And because remember the last billion tons or so is going to be agriculture, it's going to be hard, very, very hard to abate sectors. So we have to get to about 2 billion. We are 3.5 billion tons right now. The economy is going to triple from here on by, let's say 2050 or so, even more perhaps. So the rate at which we have to get down our carbon intensity, the rate at which we have to reduce emissions is massive. What does that mean from an economy perspective? What will our economy look like in 2050? Not to be at net zero, but to be at 2 billion tons. What will it look like? Well, Ulka at WRI, McKinsey in the decarbonization study, the Asia Society, Cambridge Econometrics, several other modeling groups like the Climate Policy Lab at Tufts University have all modeled this extensively. What will India have to look like by 2050 to be able to get to 2 billion tons? There are 4 very important things that will have to happen by then. Number one, we're going to have to completely switch over our power sector. No more coal. So by 2050, this is what the modeling tells us. Whether it's realistic or not, you figure out. But what the modeling is telling us, no more coal by 2050. Zero, zippo, nil. 240 gigawatts retired. Number two, by 2030, 35, all vehicles sold have to be electric vehicles. Of course, feeding off a green grid, right? Because obviously we can't have coal powering electric vehicles, which is what is happening today. So all vehicles are electric vehicles. Number three, massive build out of green hydrogen and other biofuels. Massive. Tremendous materials recycling. Ulka can give you all the details. Tremendous materials recycling. And number four, we need a global carbon market where we are able to basically get investments from around the world to drive down carbon emissions in India. Those are the 4 key building blocks that are required for a green economy in India that's on a 2070 net zero trajectory. Those 4. Now, I started off by saying this is the decisive decade. If by 2050 we have an economy that looks like this, in the 2020s, we have to start to put in these policies at an accelerated level. We have to mandate, let's say by 2030, all vehicles sold are going to be electric vehicles. So we got to get ready for it now. If we don't get ready for it now, if we don't build the charging networks, it's not happening. If we don't start to retire coal and build up renewables and build pump hydro and battery storage, it's not happening. These things don't happen overnight, folks. Some of us have some experience in government, and we can tell you that it takes decades to be able to make these kinds of economy-wide changes. Decades. So we've got to start now. Aadhaar, as Dr. Ahluwalia knows very well, was started in 2004, 2005. And it's today that we have UPI and DBT. But they started 15 years ago. You can even take it back to Atalji's time when they started working on a national ID card. 20 years for Aadhaar to happen. 20 years. So for an industry to really mature and start to hit nationwide scale, 15 to 20 years, we've got to start now. So that's what it takes. Now, final point of my speech, I'll come to the financing requirements that are associated with this. So if we have to get onto this very, very sharp decarbonization trajectory, so that by 2050 we get to 2 billion tons, we have to start to invest massively in the green economy, massive. What is the total corporate investment in India? Manish ji should know this. The total corporate investment in India by large firms is about 60 to 70 billion dollars a year. 60 to 70 billion dollars a year is the total corporate investment in India. If we have to invest in electric vehicles, if we have to invest in the power sector, if we have to invest in green hydrogen, if we have to invest in biofuels, much of that, in fact, 80 to 90% of that investment is not coming from the government. Let's be clear. We have largely a private sector economy now. So 80 to 90% of the investment in the green economy has to happen from the private sector. How much is the private sector investing right now? About 60 to 70 billion dollars a year. Varies a little bit, 60 to 70 billion dollars a year. What is the incremental green investment that's required immediately starting now? Does anyone know? Ulka knows, she's done the modeling. It's between 50 to 100 billion dollars a year. So we have to double corporate investment in India to be on this decarbonization trajectory. Double. Not 10%, not 20%, not 50%, 100% more. Manish, are you ready? 100% more? Do you have the processes? Can you run all the ROIs, all the risk assessments, assemble the boards, make billion-dollar decision after billion-dollar decision? I have a little bit of experience in the corporate world as well, and I know it can't be done. You don't double corporate investment overnight. And it's a game of catch up, folks. 50 to 100 billion dollars we have to do today. So if we don't do it today and we wait, we kick the can down the road, 3 years later, it becomes $100 billion a year. So the stupendous, extraordinary scale of this challenge is truly eye-opening. And what it means for all of us, all of society, to address this as a national emergency is something that we really have to reflect on. Otherwise, we are Pakistan. Otherwise, it's Ministry for the Future. That's what we are confronting right now. Now, the other fact, and Dr. Ahluwalia knows this better than anyone, the other fact is that even the 60 to 70 billion dollars a year that we are investing in the corporate sector is largely external capital. How much external capital are we getting in India today? We're getting 60 to 70 billion dollars a year from FDI and foreign portfolio investment. We're getting another $100 billion a year in remittances. A lot of our investments are coming from foreign capital. So if we have to now put in another 50, $100 billion, that money will also have to come from global north investments. So all the modeling is showing us that net zero is net positive. Yes, if you invest 50 to $100 billion a year in productive green investments, of course the economy is going to do well. It's pretty obvious. So net zero is net positive, reduces air pollution, increases growth, increases jobs, makes us more energy secure. So net zero is net positive. But the only way we can make net zero happen is if we are able to forge an enormous partnership with the global north so that the global north helps provide us the capital and the technology we need to be able to get to net zero. And I think what is true for India, at least what I'm told from various people who've done this for Indonesia, South Africa, and others, what is true for India is true for the global south as well. What is true for India is true for the global south as well. So ultimately, we need a partnership between the global north and the global south. If we don't have that partnership, we are not going to be able to deal with this challenge. We just don't have the capital, we don't have the technologies. Do we have solar panels? No. Do we have ability to do battery storage and battery chemistries? No. Do we have electric vehicle technology, propulsion technology, the way the Chinese have and the Americans have? No. So what are we going to do? We need the technology. We need the capital, otherwise we are not getting there. So we need that partnership. Now, the good news, and I'll conclude with this, is that net zero is not just positive. Net zero is positive, positive, positive. It's positive. It's a win-win-win across three dimensions. It's obviously a positive for the planet because we decarbonize. It's obviously a positive for the global south because the global south has growth, the global south has job creation, the global south is able to deal with climate destruction. But it is equally a huge win for the global north. If the global north, if the global north helps the global south decarbonize, the global north is going to benefit. And I'm not going to get into the details of blended finance and so on, but the blended finance is really to support global north investors and global south companies. If you're going to build a giga battery factory in South Africa or in Indonesia, and let's say a Tesla does it, or a Northvolt does it, or the Koreans do it, you're supporting them in Indonesia. Siemens will benefit, Alstom will benefit, Tesla will benefit. These are the companies that's going to benefit. The Norwegians, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund will benefit. Texas teachers will benefit. CPPIB will benefit because you're protecting them as they invest in the global south. So I'll conclude by saying that net zero is net positive for everyone. It's positive for the planet. It's positive for the global south. And when the global north invests in the global south to achieve net zero, it is largely to accelerate and spur their investments, their companies, and create jobs for them. So it's net zero is net positive for the global north as well. I'll conclude with that. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for highlighting the need for urgent climate action in this decade, especially from the global south, and how unabated climate change can lead to higher macroeconomic costs for emerging economies. Thank you for also highlighting the role of a strong partnership with global north as well as the private sector for mobilizing the required investment in climate action. We will now begin with the first session on financial needs for low carbon transition in emerging economies. The session will begin with a brief presentation by WRI India on financing needs for India's low carbon development, based on the results from their modeling analysis and other pertinent factors. I invite Ulka Kelkar, Director of the Climate Program at WRI India, and Varun Agarwal, Senior Project Associate Climate Program, WRI India, to take over.
Thank you. Let me just take a few seconds to thank all of you for being with us today, those who are here in the room, as well as those who joined online. Tomorrow is, in fact, the Sustainable Finance Working Group meeting. So we are hoping that all of the comments, suggestions that we hear from participants today, we'll send a little summary this afternoon itself to the Ministry of Finance. And we hope that this is a dialogue that will continue until the final summit of India's G20 presidency in September, and indeed beyond to the Brazilian presidency of the G20 troika. So with those opening remarks, let me hand over to my colleague Varun, who will talk you through some of the modeling analysis as a backdrop to today's discussions.
Thank you very much, Ulka, and very good morning to all of you. I'll take the next 15 minutes or so to present some results from our energy economy modeling work over the last 2 years. Just to try and give you a sense of the scale of investment that would be needed over the next 2 decades to decarbonize the Indian economy at a pace that would be consistent with India's net zero 2070 target. So let me just begin with a quick word on the model that we use for our analysis and some of its key assumptions. The India Energy Policy Simulator is an open source model with a public web interface that uses a systems dynamics approach to represent the economy. And the economy is divided into the electricity, industry, transport, buildings, agriculture, and land use sectors. The model allows users to assess different policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in these sectors together with their economic implications. It features a wide variety of outputs ranging from investments to GDP, jobs, among others. And in terms of some of the key assumptions of the EPS that will be relevant in interpreting the results I will show you in a while. The model picks least cost technology options in the electricity and transport sector to meet demand, subject to satisfying any specified policy mandates. Technology costs are assumed to fall over time based on projected global prices, as well as an endogenous learning component that reduces technology costs with increasing levels of deployment to reflect the development of local economies of scale. And finally, all monetary estimates in the model are in constant 2018 prices. This is just a snapshot of the public web interface of the model. The pane on the left allows users to specify policies to reduce emissions in different sectors of the economy, while the pane on the right, users can select a range of different outputs, some of which I spoke about earlier, to see the implications of the selected policies on the chosen outputs. Now, today, I'll be presenting results for a policy scenario called the long-term decarbonization or the LTD scenario. The scenario is constructed such that it's broadly aligned to India's target of reaching net zero emissions by 2070. And the scenario includes policies requiring the uptake of presently nascent technologies such as green hydrogen production and battery storage deployment. However, these technologies are phased in starting from 2025 or 2030, and their chosen ambition is based on their technical potential as estimated through a literature review and stakeholder consultations. The results of the LTD scenario I'll be presenting in comparison to a reference scenario, which includes the effect of announced policies up to 2020 in renewable energy, efficiency, and electric mobility. But the scenario assumes no additional policies are undertaken to reduce emissions after 2030, and the scenario just runs on market forces alone. Now, in the last bit of context setting that I wish to do before diving into the results, I just want to show you how the two scenarios compare with each other over time in terms of some of their key parameters. And what we see here is that up to 2030, the scenarios actually don't diverge too much, which illustrates the fact that the reference scenario actually is not a do-nothing scenario, and in the short term actually achieves outcomes that are not very different from the LTD pathway. The first two parameters represent the power sector, where we see both scenarios achieving the 50% installed non-fossil capacity NDC target. However, after 2050, the share of non-fossil fuels in generation and capacity in the LTD scenario significantly overtakes the reference scenario, which is primarily a result of phased coal retirement policies coupled with a carbon tax. The next two parameters represent the industry sector, and the LTD scenario here includes a mandate for the adoption of electrification and green hydrogen to substitute fossil fuel use. This is phased in starting from 2025. And this is not something that's considered in the reference scenario. And along with the carbon tax, serves as the main lever for medium to long-term decarbonization of the industrial sector. In the transport sector, again, the scenarios do not significantly differ by 2030 in terms of EV sales achieved in the different vehicle segments. However, the LTD scenario includes mandates that require 100% two and three-wheeler sales and 80% of cars sold to be electric by 2050. The electrification mandates that we use for buses and freight transport are smaller, but these are used in conjunction with mandates for hydrogen adoption. The reference scenario, in contrast, progresses on market forces alone and achieves much lower shares of electrification in the long term. Yeah, this is, I think, Mr. Sinha already spoke about this very well. This is just a snapshot of the emissions trajectories in the two scenarios. And despite sort of the reference scenario not being a do-nothing scenario, we actually see emissions rise considerably from the present due to strong economic growth and urbanization. And the additional policies that I spoke about in the industry, transport, and power sector are really necessary to bend the curve, which is necessary to put the economy in a pathway consistent with net zero target. So with that bit of context, let me now sort of dive into really the investment results. Now, what we see is that the transition in the LTD scenario does require significant additional investment. It's worth keeping in mind that the numbers presented on this slide represent the additional capital expenditure that would be required over and above the reference scenario. In annual terms, if you see the chart on the left, this amounts to around $36 billion or 0.6% of projected GDP in 2030, increasing to $237 billion or 2% of projected GDP in 2050. Looking at it by decade, the incremental investment needs ramp up from around 150 billion USD, close to 1 trillion and 2 trillion USD respectively, over the next 2 decades, all in 2018 prices. Now, this slide, what we see here is that the policies enacted in the power industry and transport sector are really the main drivers of the additional investment. They are responsible for inducing about 90% of the total additional investment that is required. The charts on this slide actually show the additional capital expenditure that would be induced by the policies that would be enacted in each of these three sectors. In other words, they measure the capital cost of implementing policy measures undertaken by sector. They don't represent the investment flows into these sectors. So, for example, the additional capital expenditure to implement an EV sales mandate would be counted under the transport category here. However, the investment flows to implement this policy will actually flow into partially the industry sector to as investment in EV battery production, and partially into the power sector as investment in electricity capacity to meet the electricity demand for EVs. So the purpose of this chart is to illustrate the cost of capital of implementing sectoral policies. And what we see here is that after 2030, really the main policies that induce demand for capital expenditure are the green hydrogen deployment policy in the industrial sector and the EV deployment policies in the transport sector. Now, this chart illustrates the total capital expenditure in the LTD scenario for 4 key technologies. So the scenario relies, as I've said before, on green hydrogen production. So hydrogen electrolyzers for green hydrogen production, which reaches about 22 million tons by 2050, compared to negligible levels at present, requires approximately 500 billion USD investment in hydrogen electrolyzers through 2050. Battery storage capacity required for grid storage, as well as electric vehicle deployment, reaches about 8.5 terawatt hours by 2050, again, compared to negligible levels at present. And this requires almost investments in the range of 900 billion USD. Solar PV and onshore wind, their installed capacity increases more than 20-fold and 16-fold by 2050 compared to present. And this requires, again, total investment of over 900 billion USD through 2050. And these are the investment requirements that consider the falling technology cost that I spoke about earlier. So technology costs of all these technologies fall over time with deployment. However, the total capital expenditure still increases over time, just driven by the magnitude of the amount of technology is being deployed. Now, the last couple of slides to one on interpreting the results that I've just presented. The numbers that I've presented here are really very conservative estimates of the required scale of investment that would be required. And that's basically for three reasons. One is that we make quite optimistic assumptions on the rate of decline of technology costs, which are both a function of global as well as local deployment. However, there are other policy priorities, for example, domestic technology manufacturing and job creation that we are already seeing in the form of the basic customs duty plus the production linked incentive schemes, which can actually involve trade-offs with technology costs, at least in the short to medium term, as domestic industry builds cost competitiveness with global industry. So technology costs might not actually come down as fast as we project when we also have other priorities. Our estimates also don't include the capital expenditure required for creating the supporting infrastructure for implementing the policies that I spoke about, for example, the supply and distribution networks for green hydrogen. And lastly, what we don't include, what these estimates indicate is the investment required in technologies, but they don't actually consider the cost of financing this capital expenditure. And financing costs, especially in emerging economy, can add significantly to the cost of capital. The figure below illustrates basically the weighted average cost of capital invested, which is estimated in green and brown sectors for different global regions. And what it illustrates is that really in emerging economies like India, South America, and other developing Asian economies, the cost of capital is more than double of that in the developed world, like US, UK. The size of the green circles represents the weighted average cost of capital in different regions of the world. And we see that it's significantly higher in emerging economies, which again adds significantly to the costs and to the challenge. Just to finish, I'll end with three takeaways from our analysis, and hopefully some of these can be discussed in the subsequent discussion. The scale of upfront capital investment that we require for the transition is significant. Majority of this, like Mr. Sinha also said, is expected to be private investment. However, public policy has a key role to play in, for example, setting mandates for green technology adoption, because early decisive mandates are critical in reducing costs through technology diffusion. Declining technology costs accelerate uptake, which in turn drives down costs further. So this is a kind of a reinforcing effect that we see in our systems dynamics framework. Public policy also has a key role to play in terms of setting complementary policies, short-term subsidies for nascent technologies, as well as the creation of supporting infrastructure will be critical in spurring private investment. We've already seen this in the last decade in the case of, quite successfully in the case of solar PV and onshore wind, and similar things will be required for the nascent technologies of today, like hydrogen, offshore wind, battery storage. And the third is, of course, reducing the cost of capital that we just spoke about, and through the use of blended finance instruments like credit guarantee schemes, insurance, and hedging schemes. The second takeaway is that it's also very important to create fiscal space for public expenditure uh, over the course of the transition. And this is not just for the reason, I mean, the role of the the state in supporting technology adoption and supporting infrastructure, but also because uh, the transition from green to brown sectors will require reskilling programs to transition workers successfully, social safety nets, and economic diversification for fossil fuel dependent regions, as, as the renewable energy and fossil fuel dependency is not spread evenly geographically. Um, and what adds to this challenge is that at the same time, public revenue from fossil fuel taxes, which comprise today quite a significant portion of the tax collections of the government, are projected to decline over the course of the transition as the use of fossil fuels in the economy declines. So this really underscores the need to evaluate alternatives for mobilizing public revenue to be able to create fiscal space required to sustain or expand public expenditure to meet the needs of the transition. And yeah, I think the last point I will maybe for the lack of better words borrow Mr. Sinha's slogan and say that yeah, we do find that net zero is net positive in the long run if we do manage to navigate some of these challenges in the short term of finding the upfront capital to get the transition going. We find that the fuel and operations and maintenance costs across the economy actually outweigh the additional capital expenditures in the long run. We see about a 2% higher GDP in 2050 in the LTD pathway compared to the reference pathway, as well as 3.5 million additional jobs, direct and indirect jobs. And of course, the additional co-benefits of improved air quality and human health, which is a key consideration for India. So with that, I'll stop here and thank you very much for your time and hand over to Ulka for the next discussion. Thank you very much.
Very interesting presentation. What is the underlying both baseline and the optimistic calculation?
Yeah. So in the baseline, the underlying growth is about 6% CAGR between 2020 and 2050. In the decarbonization scenario, we don't assume any growth rate. What we calculate is that as a result of the enacted policies, what is the change in the baseline GDP due to the direct, indirect, and induced economic effects from the enacted policy. So that's calculated as a delta from the baseline trajectory assumed, and we find that it's slightly higher. The annual difference in 2050 amounts to about 2%, 2% higher in the decarbonization scenario as compared to the baseline. Thank you.
Thank you, Varun. I now request Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Distinguished Fellow, Center for Social and Economic Progress, to deliver the special remarks.
Well, thank you all, and thank you, Olka, for inviting me to what looks like a very interesting session. So let me first of all begin by saying that I endorse everything that Mr. Jayant Sinha said. A huge challenge before us, also a huge opportunity. I think he laid out several of the problems that we have to face. I mean, in a way, until very recently, there was actually a resistance amongst many people to accepting the proposition that we have to do something. Sinha rightly pointed out that any assumption that we would be allowed to emit millions of tons or billions of tons of CO2 while the rest of the world went to net zero is just absurd. And they have all the instruments needed to penalize through export tariffs, etc., and they'll do so. But more importantly, I mean, that is a train that's left the station because we now have a government decision. So the net zero 2070 is an Indian target, which the Prime Minister announced in, I think, COP26 in Glasgow. So it's quite a logical thing to say, look, how do we get there? And what you're focusing on is really the financing. The last answer clarified an important thing, and that is that you have a base scenario of 6% growth between now and 2050. That's actually quite optimistic in the sense that most international projections are based on India slowing down. I mean, there's a good reason why we've been growing faster. We hope we'll continue to do that. But by the time 2050 comes around, I mean, we will definitely slow down. So that's irrelevant. The way you've done it is you're saying, look, here's the base scenario. How do we make it decarbonized? And you calculate the additional investment needed to bring that about. And then you find, well, if you do all that, what's going to happen to GDP? And you find that GDP is net positive. That is, if you do all these things, as a result of all the sort of feedback effects and the jobs created and so forth, you may actually end up with a somewhat higher GDP. I don't know, for example, whether the 6% base projection takes into account that if we don't decarbonize, there'll be a big reduction in output. So the investment needed to maintain 6% has to include what would counter the decline in output that would occur in the normal carbonized scenario. So that's just a question. Having said all that, the bottom line from your presentation is that we need a lot more money. And traditionally, I mean, this money can come from internal resources, external resources, multilateral or private. And there's been a lot of discussion on that. Now, let me just put down a few things. Mr. Sinha drew attention to the fact that a very large part of this will have to be private to private collaboration. Private foreign investors, domestic investors, setting up new investments, new capacity, etc. A lot of the discussion, particularly in the UN, on the other hand, seems to be focused on getting money which will come from the rest of the world to the public sector or to the government. Now, you know, good luck. I mean, as an Indian, naturally, if somebody is lobbying to get more money, I mean, that's a good thing. But you have to be unbelievably optimistic if you think that the world is actually going to provide government-to-government funding on that scale. In fact, the big challenge will be how to get it into the weakest developing countries, which are in Africa. And, you know, since India is now seen as having got out of that low-income trap and on the way to becoming middle to upper end of middle-income country, there's really no chance of getting public funding. Now, I don't want to undermine the efforts of the finance ministry in the G20, because if that's what they want to do, good luck to them. But what I think we ought to be doing is recognizing that the scope on the private sector side is much larger. And whatever we get through the multilateral development banks is just a kind of bonus. More importantly, by the way, what will happen, what more likely to happen, we've set up, there's an international committee that's been set up by the G20 finance ministers, headed by, on our side, by my good friend N.K. Singh, a lot of experience in this area. On the American side, it has, I think, Larry Summers, huge experience in that, in both finance and international finance. Also includes Nick Stern, who is sort of the granddaddy of climate change and finance, etc., and has been involved in many such reports. So I'm assuming that sometime in July, this group will provide their recommendations to the G20. I don't want to prejudge what those recommendations are. But, you know, almost certainly the recommendations will say that the MDBs, the multilateral development banks, should do more by way of climate finance. And I think that's correct. But the thrust will be that they should do more to leverage private-private partnership. Now, exactly how to do that is something that has to be worked out. I mean, one way in which they could do something is maybe just a little bit of financial engineering, sifting of risks, providing some kind of guarantees. But these things are not provided free. I mean, for example, in the Indian context, if the biggest risk for investing in renewable energy is that we are running a distribution system in most states which is broke, nobody will provide a guarantee unless they perceive some steps being taken that will fix the distribution system. So it's not as if it will be abracadabra and the risks have gone. It will rather be that because the government has undertaken a certain course of action, we now judge that the risks are lower, and so we provide some kind of a guarantee. Now, that government isn't the central government. That government is state governments. And I don't think the state governments at the moment are in any mood whatsoever to bring in an element of rationality in running the distribution system. That's an exaggerated statement, but I think we must recognize this is a problem. So, my feeling is that we will get hopefully the G20 will move the bank to provide more finance in climate change, even if they don't increase the capital base of the bank. There are ways in which the bank can, as it were, restructure its balance sheet. That's a wonderful phrase that is used, but what it really means is stop lending for agriculture, irrigation, and start lending for renewable energy. That'll create huge problems because the developing country perspective is that these resources should be additional and not that, instead of lending for 7 sectors, you now become a World Bank which lends only for renewable energy. But there are people in the world who think that that's really what they should do, in the sense that they would say that, look, for general development, let the regional banks do it. Asian Development Bank, for example, African Development Bank for Africa, and that the World Bank should become the bank that's providing financing for public goods. But at the same time, it'll be an open question, and we'll have to see what this committee says, whether the expansion is going to be based on expanded capital base and for larger total resources, or just a shift from what they're doing now to climate finance. I mean, realistically, there will be a huge amount of support for such a shift because this is a global public good, and they'll say, well, look, in the first instance, why don't you do this shift? And then for the continuing your traditional business, why don't you ask for a capital increase? I'm sure we will be in favor of a capital increase, but then who decides that is the US Congress. So the ability of the system to shift capital within the bank is huge. The ability of the system to expand it, I think, is much more limited. And the constraints on that side are really political. So really it boils down to saying, how are we going to get this additional, whatever it is, 2% or 3% of GDP that everybody has estimated is needed for the transition? The idea that all of this is going to come from abroad is really not credible, because we are currently running a current account deficit of maybe 2.5% of GDP, which, if it's funded by long-term capital, is regarded as sort of sustainable. The idea that all this will go on, and then in addition to that, we're going to have foreign assistance of another 2.5%, quite apart from the fact that that much assistance may not be available. What it means is that the current account deficit will go from 2.5% to 5%. I doubt if any macroeconomist over a 30, 40-year period, or even a 20, 30-year period, believes that for India that would be sustainable. So what it boils down to is we have to raise our rate of investment, which has fallen from the peak that it had a few years ago. The point about the peak is, for whatever reason, we were able to do it. And therefore, people would say, well, look, your investment rate has fallen by 2 or 3% of GDP. The corresponding financing of it is a decline in private savings. not and a little bit of maybe even a decline of some sort in private savings and public savings, mainly a decline in private savings. Let's just make sure that private savings go back to what they were, and you just and you see an improvement in public savings, and then basically take the overall GDP up by 2-3% of GDP. Now, if that is combined with decarbonization and all the efficiencies and the positive feedbacks begin to operate, the argument will be that you can achieve more or less the same GDP growth rate in a decarbonized world. So what does that require in terms of financing? I think we cannot get away from the fact that it cannot be financed through subsidies, because that's the other constraint that I'm afraid I have to put off this smartphone. It cannot be financed by expanding subsidies because the fiscal deficit, by the government's own declared intent and also by any international standards, is just far too high. India's general fiscal deficit, that means the center and the states put together, is about twice what it is in other countries like Indonesia and Brazil and so on. And it's unlikely that that is possible to escape the objective, which the government itself has set, of reducing the fiscal deficit. Now consider the following. On the one hand, we have to reduce the fiscal deficit. By how much is an open question, but if the combined deficit in the current year may amount to about 10% of GDP, and let's say you want to bring it down, combined deficit, to about 5% of GDP over a 5-6 year period. So that's a turnaround of 5 percentage points of GDP in the fiscal space, okay? That can take place either through an increase in tax revenues as a percent of GDP or a reduction in expenditures as a percent of GDP. But 5% is not enough, because virtually all analyses of the Indian growth situation and growth compulsions call for additional expenditure in certain critical areas. Certainly in infrastructure, physical infrastructure. I'm not now talking about decarbonized, that's an additional thing, but the usual fiscal infrastructure. At least 1% more of GDP than we're doing today. You've got health, where virtually everybody thinks we should be spending 1% more of GDP than we're doing today. You've got education, where everybody thinks we should be spending 1% more of GDP than we do today. And there's research and development where, although the private sector has a very important role to play, it's also an area where all over the world, the government comes in a big way to support that effort. And the general feeling is that India's research and development expenditure, both from the government side and the private sector side, is not consistent with an emerging, fast-growing economy. It's much lower than China, even Brazil, etc. So add another 1% of GDP. So, on the expenditure side, you need something of the order of a 5 percentage points of GDP increase. On the fiscal deficit side, you need a 5 percentage point of GDP reduction. That means a total fiscal turnaround is almost 10% of GDP. And that 10% of GDP has to come through some reduction in existing, what you might call non-priority expenditures, or in additional taxation. Now, I think in the last slide, or the last but one slide, there was a reference to carbon taxes. To my mind, it's a no-brainer. That's what we have to do. I was not happy with the reference that said we must have carbon taxes or raise corporate taxes. With the greatest respect, that would be a bad idea. And I think you should think about it, because it will be the idea that will be picked up by the public all the time. Of course, not carbon taxes, because carbon taxes bear upon the poor. Of course, it should be corporate taxes, because these guys don't pay any taxes, etc. That kind of thing. The honest truth is that if you're thinking of raising the rate of investment, and you're thinking of raising the rate of investment in a private sector led, joint with with foreign direct investment, your corporate investment rate has to be in line with whoever you're competing with around the world. And that cannot mean an increase. There's lots of scope for better management, better, tax administration, ease of compliance. And I mean, that's a whole separate ballgame. But the idea is we'll jack up the rate of taxation, I don't think is a good idea. On the other hand, the case for carbon taxation becomes absolutely overwhelming. And quite frankly, the switch to renewable energy will be facilitated by rational carbon pricing. This again, when I talk to people, I find that the biggest resistance to this comes from civil society, because somehow they're convinced that any form of carbon taxation impinges on the poor. I would just respond to that we should just combine that with a direct income transfer that offsets the impact of carbon. The poor actually consume very little of carbon. It's you and me that consume most of the carbon. So if you were to calculate what is the carbon budget of, let's first of all define the poor, not the way the National Food Security Act says 66% of the population, or let's say 30%. That's an argument. I mean, you could say 20%. My good friend Sujit Bhalla says poverty has now gone down to zero, but you don't have to go that far, 20, 25, 30, whatever. Calculate, for example, per household or per person, what is the expenditure, direct and indirect, on carbon? And offer an income guarantee, an direct income transfer going through Aadhaar to their bank account of that amount and slap on a carbon tax. Now, frankly, if you're not, somebody pointed out that, we're also going to lose revenue, approximately 1% of GDP, because of the phasing out of dependence on fossil fuels. So that's another factor that requires us to mobilize revenues from elsewhere. So frankly, I think the financing, my summary feeling is that too much of our debate on financing has been driven by an international perception or argument that this money is going to be provided by the North somehow through the UN and somehow through public funding. It's not going to happen, in my view. Therefore, I mean, some will happen, and what happens will be a diversion away from what they're doing. So it won't be a net addition to our budget deficit, budget resources. Instead of getting it from here, we're going to get it from there. That'll be good for triggering the change in energy, but it will require more expenditure to take care of what is not going to be financed, okay? So I think if we accept this, then the biggest challenge really is, are we willing to put in a carbon tax? That will incentivize the shift away from fossil fuel energy to renewable energy more or less automatically. Otherwise, we are pushing renewable energy based on subsidies of one kind or another, which is really not feasible, or cross subsidies. I mean, for example, today, if in order to encourage green energy, the transmission charge on green energy is zero. That only means that Power Grid slaps on its entire cost on transmitting non-green energy. So the price goes up there, which means to the extent to which industry is using non-green energy, it pays more. I think we have to get out of that somehow. That's really the challenge. And I mean, this is just one example. Inevitably, we will have to focus on whether some of the subsidies that we are currently paying are actually viable. And the obvious subsidies really are food subsidies and fertilizer subsidies, which according to many agricultural economists are doing a lot of damage to the environment anyway, in the sense that the system of food subsidies preventing diversification of agriculture, because the only two crops are offered an assured MSP. Farmers are naturally arguing that you want us to diversify, you give us an MSP comparable to what we are getting for wheat and rice. Not feasible. So many connected things will come up. I don't think we can resolve them all here. But I think my very limited point is that we need to take a total whole of the economy view and not say we need 3% of GDP. Let's have a meeting to discuss how you're going to provide it. I mean, that's not going to work. Well, that's really all that I have to say. I just feel that, we need a much bigger public debate. Because as Mr. Sinha said, most people are not even aware of the costs of climate change. I mean, they look at what happened in Pakistan, but then, they somehow don't learn lessons from it. And as he rightly said, I don't think, I mean, we're too large geographically a country to have a comparable kind of situation, but individual states might experience comparable extinctions of GDP, which they will somehow or the other have to handle. Now, the trouble with politics is, I mean, it may cost much less to prevent a possible loss of GDP in future, but that cost has to be borne now. And there are very rare situations in politics where politicians are willing to bear a cost now, which makes a lot of sense because it prevents a cost from being borne in future. And the problem, I mean, that's generally the problem of making policy in a democratic environment. It's made worse in climate change because the lags are huge. I mean, you're really talking of averting disasters, which could happen randomly, but the real impact of which will be evident 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So how do you manage to build a public momentum behind this? And certainly, I think a parallel thing which hasn't been discussed so far is that if we are already on the path of maybe going up from 1.1 to 2% of GDP, which almost certainly, I mean, 1.5 is simply gone. Nobody wants to admit it in public, but nobody seriously thinks it's possible. That 2% of GDP is actually going to involve quite a lot of loss in any case. That it's going to lead to loss, which leads to consequential effects, which calls for adaptation. Adaptation is the area where public funds are most needed because there's no revenue model for adaptation. There is a revenue model for switching from renewable to from fossil fuel energy to renewable energy to get the prices right. As far as electric cars and that kind of thing is concerned, the market will determine that, again, depending on the prices. Here again, incidentally, you can see that there's an impact on subsidization. A lot of people feel that we're going to continue FAME. FAME was meant for 5 years. Lobbying has already begun that that's not good enough, extend it. So, the extent to which the transformation can be fed by subsidies needs to be very severely examined. Not examined, we need to emphasize to people that that's a trigger for 2 years, maybe 3 years, but it can't really be much more than that. Well, I mean, one can go on and on, but I think I've said enough. So thank you, Olga.
Thank you, Mr. Ahluwalia. Now we move on to the panel discussion, where experts will discuss their financial needs from the perspective of government, industry, and multilateralism in the context of their domestic policies, broader sustainable development goals, and implementation challenges. Joining us on the stage are Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Distinguished Fellow, Center for Social and Economic Progress; Ashima Goel, Emeritus Professor of Economics, Indira Gandhi Institute for Development Research; Manish Mishra, Chief Corporate Affairs, Tata Steel; Camille Severac, Deputy Director, French Development Agency in India; Mukti Sujamo, Indonesia Research Institute for Decarbonization; Akhilesh Tilotia, Head of Research and Chief of Staff to the CEO, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. Moderating the session is Ulka Kelkar, Director, Climate Program, WRI-India.
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome to this first panel discussion. We are running a little behind schedule. We have 6 speakers, 3 of whom are here in person and 3 of whom are here online. So I'd encourage those in the room, please pick up your cups of coffee and tea we might sacrifice the coffee break a little bit in order to catch up back with time. I won't repeat any of the issues that have been so eloquently and so precisely laid out by our two opening speakers, Mr. Sinha, Mr. Ahluwalia. But we do have a range of perspectives among the panelists here today. Camille is with a government that is with a development agency whose mandate is to fund the kind of low carbon development, but broader development also that was highlighted by Mr. Ahluwalia. Mr. Mishra is with Tata Steel, and we heard also about the important role of the corporate sector or the private sector raising finance. We have online Akhilesh Silotia, who also heads the National Investment Infrastructure Fund. Again, sort of the important issue of blending of finance, public and private, comes up. Ashima Goyal is chair of the Task Force 5 of the Think Tank 20, which looks at some of the macroeconomic issues that was spoken about. And Kuki from IRID represents, in some sense, the continuity of the troika. There are many important lessons that we can learn from Indonesia that may have been thought of last year and are now getting operationalized or can be taken forward. So without any further ado, may I request all the participants to take 4 to 5 minutes to lay out their opening remarks, addressing, for example, how to overcome some of the risks which you've been hearing about, and which are the financing mechanisms that are needed. Existing ones, new ones, a combination of them blended, or in a way that the institutional mechanisms can overcome the barriers, risks, and bottlenecks. And I would request you to bring in particularly your own perspective, the kind of organization, the kind of sector that you represent. And Mr. Ahluwalia, will come to you last after some of
Already
the,
done my bit.
since you've already done
I
your
surrender
bit.
my time to
So
others.
I would suggest that we go in the order in which the remarks are, the panelists are listed, which is an alphabetical order by last name. So may I go first to Professor Ashima Goyal. Ashima, if you're able to unmute yourself, and 4 to 5 minutes, if you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ulka, for the introduction. And I'm learning a lot in this sector. It's very informative, talk and talks. So I won't repeat the points made, but I would like to say that we all realize the urgency of action for development broadly and climate finance in particular. So when you look at financing, then you can't ignore any source, both private, government to government resources, whether they're domestic or international, and for MDBs to play a greater role. So there is that CAF report which lists what can be done for MDBs to do much more than they're doing, and that it's urgent that they do much more. And I think we can just summarize what is required, that they have to move from lending towards risk mitigation institutions. Because the amount of finance required is huge. You have to involve the private sector, but the private sector does come in to emerging markets. A lot of the money in climate finance, 80% goes to, it circulates among advanced economies. Much more has to come to emerging markets. And one way this can be done is if these institutions play more of a risk mitigation role. So in my view, the chances, and these ideas have been around a long time, but implementation is very poor. However, I believe that implementation chances have improved. First, of course, because a lot of pressure has been built for change, and MDBs have to change, for example, in order to remain relevant, because there is action happening at national levels, regional banks. Otherwise, they will lose out on this. For example, the West has to compete with BRI, China. So this is one way for them to do it. And there are many successful examples and case studies circulating that can be scaled up. So Indian presidency can be effective in adding to this pressure so that action results. Second, while there is political resistance to raising more resources, especially since there's so many demands now after the pandemic and the Ukraine war. So, but there's more likely to be agreement on using capital more efficiently. And this is at least a small step towards meeting earlier finance commitments made. Third, MDBs are largely shareholder or board driven. So G20, if G20 can reach an agreement, the shareholder countries are likely to also agree. And once the board is behind changes, they will happen. So small, well-defined improvements on changing procedures, easing the utilization process, improving managerial incentives, and board monitoring of new targets can be pushed through in the short run. But deeper changes in governance and quota shares, etc., also needed. And these have been pending for an even longer time. They require persistence and patience, and they can be followed through because in the current juncture we are following Indonesia and the G20, and we have two other emerging markets following us. So, this can be uh, persisted, taken up. It's likely to not materialize in the Indian presidency, definitely, but it can be continued, flagged. Finally, I think the title of the session is Technology and Finance Pathways. So I would like to flag technology in finance. This can play a large role. And this is the fourth reason implementation is more likely. Technological advance in finance opens new possibilities. India wants to share its innovations in digital public architecture. And there are innovations such as large data sets talking to each other, IoT capturing savings in energy, and this being sold in carbon markets abroad. So more standardization is required. And this data and data sharing can help design of warranties that allow these MDBs and national institutions to leverage their balance sheets many times. And much more cooperation can be set up between the multilateral, regional, and national institutions. But since the quantity required is huge, a lot of effort is to go on mobilizing private and philanthropic capital. And here again, improving standards, information, reducing risk can enable blended finance. Debt equity structures are required. Finally, I'll just touch upon the cost issue because the cost can be 2 to 4 times higher for emerging markets, and such costly capital is not very useful. So, of course, the emerging markets have to do a lot to reduce their macro risks. And for example, our power distribution, the states have to do much more. But many countries have done a lot, have improved their systems. But I think the perception, the country risk is largely related to exchange rate currency risk. And here there's a recommendation for hedging products, but this currency risk is very special. It's not the normal depreciation linked to inflation, etc. It is that there's a small chance of a very large depreciation, And here, some other kind of hedging can be very expensive because it's period limited by period, and so some kinds of pooling insurance structures that MDBs, the IMF can play a role in this. Some specialized institution can be set up, and rating agencies need to be sensitized on these issues. So I think I'll stop there in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ashima. And now move to Manish for your remarks, please.
Good morning. Am I audible at the back? Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. So I'll try to give you some sectoral perspective from steel, and particularly what is happening in India, and where do we see Indian steel industry going forward. Because steel is one sector which is hard to abate, that we all know. And India has a sort of twin set of challenges or opportunities that we can see. One is that capacities to the tune of 7 to 8 million tons being added for last 8 to 10 years. And the trend is likely to continue for next decade or maybe beyond that. Because unlike Europe or other geographies, India will build most of its infrastructure in the by the year 2030 and beyond. So on one side, we will see capacities getting added. On the other side, it has to be dealt with how to decarbonize the sector. One point which you also would be knowing that Indian steel industry is by and large driven by private capex. This is one sector which is driving private capex for last 6-7 years to the tune of 100,000 crores every year. And the trend will continue. So far as finance flow is concerned, I think the way we see it's not going to be any different from investors willing to invest in a bankable project. Whether the current technology or the technologies for future that everyone is working on. The difference where public finance or public investment would be needed that in some areas, like if you talk about carbon capture storage or entire hydrogen ecosystem, that may go beyond a particular or an individual company's bandwidth. A small example, if you look at India, most of our steel plants are on the eastern side of the country because of the occurrence of resources. Now, if you want to decarbonize, you need to bring hydrogen to the eastern side of India. That will need some kind of public sort of investment funding where it can create ecosystem, because what we are talking about in steel is a major shift in terms of the way the steel has been made for all the centuries. And so it's not only the replacing the reducing agent from coal to hydrogen, it will require entire set of change in the ecosystem. And some of the points which were there in the summary slide, which talks about how do you deal with the social aspects of it. And the initial challenge would be to fund some of these research and development projects, which might come with a risk, and how the public finance can be created for that. I think Government of India is fully aware, and we are seeing some work happening on that count. Very important that the national carbon market is brought in, which is linked to global carbon market also. I fully endorse the views of Dr. Ahluwalia that it will encourage, you need people in behavior or investment decisions to be guided by that. And not only bring it, it has to be ensured that it is implemented in letter and spirit, including your MRVs, including your compliances, and some of it which we saw in the past. Those learnings have to be brought into that context. So I think more than the finance, I think steel industry in India will get sufficient fund flow, being a good prospering market. Two things. One is that who will fund the risk related to the initial technological evolution. And second, you create a fair market where you incentivize versus de-incentivize the right kind of technology collections. So that's where I'll end, and depending upon if there are some questions, I can respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll now request Camille to share her remarks, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on this panel. Maybe I'll take 2 minutes to present EFD. We are a development bank fully owned by the French government, and our role is really to implement the French government policy in terms of economic cooperation for economic development. We are 80 years old institution working in 115 developing and emerging countries. And our financing largely serve the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals. We've been present in India since 2008, and so far we have provided funds to Government of India and also public sector utilities in the range of 2.5 billion euros. We mainly focus on bringing financial support and share technical experience on specific sectors, one being sustainable urban development, the other one energy transition and climate finance, and protection of natural resources and biodiversity. And our mandate in India is clearly targeting the fight against climate change, as 70% of the projects we finance have a clear climate co-benefits in terms of in that sector. And more globally, as an institution, we are strongly engaged into financing and supporting energy transition in developing economies. So from the 12 billion euros new financing we committed in 2021, 2.2 billion euros are for contributing for the SDG 7, access to affordable and clean energy. And from that experience, we can draw a few elements to encourage more financing towards this sector. And I think they're all known, but I'm just going to list them. One of the first action is to create an investment-friendly environment in the countries where energy transition is needed, and DFIs are also supporting governments into doing that. The second would be to promote the creation of bankable projects, not only for big infrastructure size, but also at the level of MSMEs. MSMEs are the prevalent actor of the economy in India, so they also should be supported through awareness raising, training, to showcase to them the advantages of this energy transition that everyone talks about. The third one would be to encourage the current financiers of the energy sector or of the economy to redirect their fundings towards energy transition and more globally towards SDGs. So a lot has been said already on the role of MDBs, maybe DFIs, but we strongly believe at EFD that there's a strong role to play also for development institution at the local level, and we try to focus a lot of our work on supporting them in being able to finance this transition. And the fourth one will be to mobilize additional financial resources. We've also talked about it by creative, innovating initiatives. Maybe I won't go into more detail. We can do after if you want, but we at AFD, there's one action that we find very relevant in this effort to redirect the existing financing. Also attracting new financing is to work on having globally a common agenda. And that helps us understand these goals to ease the processes. And we think that SDGs, which not only focus on energy transition, but more globally on development, are really the common relevant framework that we promote. I think, and I've heard that before also, that one concern is that there's too much focus on energy transition and not on the other SDGs. So we more push for this SDG financing. We also think that there should be a collaborative and common way of how we address the SDGs, and that harmonization in what we define a project contributing to energy transition or to SDGs is really key to ease and facilitate these efforts. And I just wanted to highlight the efforts that have been made both by NDBs, but also by bilateral development banks like us, but also by national public development banks into doing this harmonization. You might know about a club called International Development Finance Club, which gathers several national and regional development banks around the world. And in 2015, already there was a work with the MDBs also to really define what we could call a taxonomy, but really a list of activities that contribute to mitigation and adaptation in renewable energy efficiency, but also adaptation in agriculture that we now all use. And it's really a common framework. And I think it helps both the recipient of the funding, but also the investors, our own investors, and the investors in general, in funds that we support, for example, to understand what we mean as SDG financing and to be able to benefit from it. So yeah, maybe just to conclude, we think more clarity on these goals is very important.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to Cookie online. If you could unmute yourself and please share your remarks. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Olka, and also thank you, everyone. Greetings from Jakarta. And I think I agree with what already mentioned earlier, I joined a bit late, but I got some of the last presentation as well. And I think I agree that we need to utilize all sorts of financing because, like we cannot just rely on public money and grant kind of thing because right now, if I can say, who has like excess of resources in terms of money, right? So I think we need to be more how do you call it? If I can say, more rational to see that we also need to involve those that has the money and also has the business, and so that they can earn and can, how do you call it, like rotate the money in a more efficient way. And then the second one, I think from all those different sources of finance, then we need to focus, I do agree, on what type of or which source of financing can be used or focusing for what type of activities. So I know that we are talking about energy transition, but even if we are talking about energy transition, then there are different elements in there, right? It's not only the financing, but also technological issues, access to technology, know-how, and all those things, but also most importantly, also the social impact. So we need to also, in a way, maybe kind of earmark that the money from public sources can go to more something that is more social, have a social, to address the social impact. Those that coming from private can use for let's say accessing the technology and so on. And I think another one that we I think we need to be careful also with all these financial issues is the tendency for having emerging economies as market. So what we need to ensure also with all the financial needs that we have, we need to leverage ourselves so that we as a emerging economies can be at the same playing field with let's say the industrial economies or whatever, so that basically we can develop a certain type of technology together, and it's not only us becoming another market for a new technology. So I think I'll just stop there first, Ulka, and looking forward for the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll come to Akhilesh next for this last round. And before he starts speaking, I'd encourage all of you to think of some questions or comments that you'd like to address to the panelists. We'll come to the audience next. Akhilesh, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. Quite fantastic to hear all the views. I represent National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. Just a quick 1-minute overview on that. We are a sovereign-linked asset manager, which means that the Government of India is a 49% shareholder and a 49% contributor to the funds that we manage. But we raise 51% of our funds from private capital, which is largely global in nature. So the various pension funds in Canada and Australia are our investors, as well as various sovereign funds in Singapore, Middle East, etc., are our investors. What that means is that when we look at any projects, we look at it from a very commercial point of view. And I think that is the focus that I want to bring to this table when we think about the technological and the financial pathways in the green transition. For us, green is an important opportunity, both from all the perspectives that got discussed about how this is important for humanity and as a source of development, etc. But also given the sheer transition that is going to take place purely from an investment perspective, this is an important opportunity. I found it very interesting. Sorry. Okay. Found it very interesting that in the presentation that got made, there was a point to which said that the financing costs have not been taken into account. Indeed, one of the key jobs that we as investment managers have is to try and see whether we can find the appropriate risk-adjusted return on capital for all the projects that we take up. And hence, financing cost becomes a very important component of how we assess any of these transitions. What I will do is maybe just quickly share a screen to talk about how we have seen this work out for us at various phases of the transition timeline or various stages of the development of the transition ecosystem. Let me know if you can see the screen. Is this visible now? Yes. Okay, slightly complicated, but let me take a minute or two to just quickly run through this. Basically, the point that we've seen as we work through the entire transition ecosystem, there are technologies, there are markets which are pre-startup, which are yet to take off in a country, and which go all the way to being a utility scale sort of a market. If you think about the transition ecosystem in India today, let's say at green hydrogen, where we're beginning to think about what we want to do, to maybe offshore wind, where you're now beginning to talk about tenders, etc. Or when you think about energy storage or batteries, you're beginning to see some things happen on the transport side, some potential things being thought of on the power side, etc. Slightly more advanced than, let's say, where offshore wind is. If you think about electric two-wheelers, maybe even some amount of four-wheelers, three-wheelers, etc., slightly more evolved. The government has done some very interesting structuring to think about electric buses, and that maybe is slightly more evolved and amenable to absorbing in capital. And if you go all the way to renewable energy, utility scale renewable energy, which is solar and onshore wind, this is a very different type of an ecosystem all the way between green hydrogen and renewable energy. And as we think about this, what we've also recognized is that on the y-axis, on the vertical axis, is the capital structure of the industry. So different types of capital comes in at different types of the stage of the industry. So if you think about some of the more initial stages, which is where, let's say, a green hydrogen, offshore wind, etc., is, there is significant need for technical assistance. Now, technical assistance can be of various types. That can be market making. How do you ensure that the product or technology that you're bringing to the table is going to be viable? There may be regulatory development. What sort of architecture from a regulator perspective do you want to put? Is there a capex model in terms of either trying to give it subsidies, if that is the way we want to go forward, or is it a pay-as-you-go model? Is there a model in which regulatory support is only required in terms of mandates, etc., or even that is not required? And finally, there is an important element of capacity creation, both on the personnel side as well as on using the technology side. This is in some sense the pre-startup stage, where capital is not required as much as technical assistance. Some amount of capital, of course, is required. But then as the industry begins to progress, we've seen that different types of capital is required. And what this axis talks of is, if this is the total 100 rupees or 100% of capital structure that you require, who are the different types of providers that can come in? And it was very interesting to hear about all the impact funds and instruments. And we've been working closely with a few development banks, etc., to talk about how we can design some of these instruments. And some of these instruments can include the various aspects of blended finance that got spoken about, some amount of maybe philanthropic capital, various risk mitigation products on the credit side, on the project side, on first loss default side, etc. But what you require is a set of people who come in and are willing to take the risk of this technology or of this market or of this regulation not working out. It's when you begin to have this buffer of capital is when venture capitalists also can begin to come in and add on to your cap table, if you will. As the industry begins to mature, the importance of impact funds and instruments begins to come down. Maybe more private equity type of folks begin to come in. People who are willing to put in some more risk capital here. The ticket sizes also become larger. And I think this is where an important thing happens, is that the local bank market starts to become more viable. I think we've gone through a phase in India over the last decade or so, where banks have led... where banks have led significantly to infrastructure only to realize that some of that infrastructure has either not come through or was not economically viable, etc. So they have been naturally and rightly so very conscious of saying that they want to come in only at a time when we are no longer in the venture stage, in a sense, when there is some amount of either cash flow or some amount of a local understanding and acceptance of the product or of the market, and there is some stability of regulations. And as the industry begins to mature, you begin to see entities beginning to get listed, and a large number of longer term yield funds, pension funds begin to come in, maybe lower return seeking capital, maybe more stable capital, etc., long-term capital that begins to come in. And that is where you begin to again see the change in the capital structure. And if we begin to think about the North-South partnership that was spoken of, I think there is a value to think about in stage 1 and stage 3, where different types of financiers could begin to come in. On the investment opportunity creation, there is a lot of technological, regulatory, market making sort of knowledge and expertise that resides with the North. There is an ability to begin to create different types of technical assistance, either to companies or to governments or to investors like ourselves, where we can begin to then identify sectors and work with sectors to say which could eventually scale up. There is also value in terms of the foreign capital coming in impact funds and in instruments. And largely there have been conversations, as was being discussed with multilateral development banks, a lot of focus now coming up to say, can they begin to come in at this stage? Over time, of course, the bulk of the financing has to then eventually come from the local ecosystem. And I think that is a big realization that every economy is going through, that somebody else is not going to solve your problem. A large bulk of the capital has to come in from the local ecosystem. That's something, again, as Dr. Goyal also mentioned, a lot of money just travels locally within the North economy, and similar situation will happen in almost all the economies, whether they are in South or whether they are larger economies like India, etc. And this is where a lot of local capital markets need to come in, and they will come in once they begin to see some more stability come through. And finally, again, on the third stage, there is potential where a large amount of long-term capital from the North can begin to come in. So I think we need to distinguish between two different types of capital that we are seeking in the emerging market when we think about the North-South collaboration, in a sense. Trying to just talk about one set of collaboration can be somewhat challenging because we have to speak about very different types of sort of risks, returns, rewards, the sort of structures that we need to create for these two capitals to come in. And they come in very different types of transition technologies and transition sectors. So I just wanted to put this point across that as we've gone about building a significant green investment ecosystem for ourselves and have deployed significant amounts of capital, we've seen a lot of stage 3 type of capital come in. We're in the process of creating a few in the stage 1. We've seen a few examples of stage 2. At NIF, we've been also we have also created one of the largest single country climate equity fund called the Green Growth Equity Fund in collaboration with the government of UK and a bunch of other investors. We put in $150 million. That fund is now a $750 million. So in the stage 2 is where we are beginning to create an element of private equity which can come in, and on top of which local banks, etc., can begin to come up. So simple point that I will make is it's a complex field, and I think we need horses for courses as we begin to think about the transaction of the cooperation between North and South. With that, I will pause and hand you back to Ms. Kelkar.
Thank you, Akhilesh. Are you able to hear me? Are the online speakers able to hear me? Yeah, okay, great. All right. Thank you very much. So for me, the main takeaway from this opening remarks was really the sheer range of activities which need funding, from research and development to market creation, to scaling up, to looking at the social and possibly inadvertent consequences. So I think now that we've had all these opening remarks, we'll give the audience, many of whom are experts, many of whom are really even young people over here, because to me, Think Tank 20, which is the kind of the forum under which we're organizing this event, it represents an opportunity to present new ideas, to infuse new thinking, into the governmental negotiations of the G20. It offers an opportunity to test out pilots or demonstrations that may be happening in our own spheres. So I'd be happy to, to have questions or comments, whether you consider yourself as an expert or whether you're new to this topic. And we'll start with, if we could have a couple of mics, we'll take around 2 or 3 questions. And if you'd like to direct them to any particular panelist, that's fine. Otherwise, we could leave it to the panelists as well. And I hope the online speakers are able to hear the questions.
Thank you, panelists, for all your insights. My name is Saurajit Iyer. I had a quick question from a practitioner's perspective, because this is a question we get asked often by financial institutions, especially the Indian born and bred financial institution who comprise 90% of the banking credit AUM in the country. So one is that we talk a lot about technology, data, innovation, but then it all comes at a cost. There's a huge price point for it. And especially a lot of the technology, climate data sets, climate tools are all currently being developed in the Western European countries, where it's priced at Western European price points that Indian or EM financial institutions that people like us work with, they really cannot afford. So people understand that there is technology out there, there is a need to transition, you just cannot afford it. So my one question here would be maybe to international organizations like AFD or academia like Professor Ashima, is that how can organizations like yourselves actually facilitate this technology transfer at an affordable rate so that it becomes accessible to more and more players in this part of the world? And by players, I mean the companies, the financial institutions out there. So how do you make technology more affordable? Is there a way technical assistance can work around that? Is there a way we can make data access more affordable? And hence, a lot of work can then happen. A lot of work is not really happening at the ground level because of this particular problem. Thank you.
We'll see if there's any other question. There's also one question online for Manish. This is from Richa Sharma of the Economic Times Prime. She's saying, with CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, coming into play in the EU, what is the kind of impact and how is Tata Steel bracing for it? So, but is there any other questions? Yes, please, Vikas.
Hi, I'm Vikas Mehta with the SET Fund. I am also going to bombard Manish with this question. Manish, very simple question for you. When can we start? When can we stop calling these sectors hard to abate and call them easier to abate?
All right. Lou, do you have a question? Any other questions for the first one? Yeah, please, Yash.
Hello, I'm Yash, and we have talked about decarbonization on a macroeconomic scale, and I totally agree with Camel that MSME is, inclusion of MSME is important for decarbonization. So my question is, how can we provide technological assistance and financial assistance to MSME, because these technologies, they are newer and the upfront cost, they are quite high. So how can we crack the code for that?
Great, thank you. Let me first move to Ashima. Ashima, if you might like to address the first question about making these data sets, technologies more affordable, accessible to financial institutions in the global south.
Right. This comes under the lowering the cost of financing for green projects to emerging markets. I was talking more about macro parameters, but this is very important, the price of technology itself. So again, I think that there are a number of ways to address this, and cooperation across institutions on this specific topic, reducing the cost, taking part of the cost, or and also for local innovation at different levels. I think Akhilesh, this 3 level. Similarly, we must not be too dependent on international technology that is happening too much in industry also, where you get these complicated lines that people here just don't know how to fiddle with or adjust. So some kind of innovation at the lower level, which can be scaled up. So I think one of the things we are trying to do is collect examples of for the T20, examples of things that have worked in different parts of the world and how this can be scaled up, because new technologies make it very, very easy to pass this around and to learn from each other. So all these initiatives, I think, would help bring down the cost of teaching. Thank you.
May I now move to Camille? Camille, I don't know if you'd like to address this question as well, but also the MSME question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think on supporting local innovation and local initiatives rather than having the Western ones being supported at Western costs. Maybe I'll focus just on examples that DFIs like us can do, and obviously technical assistance is really the key here, the key tool that we can provide. We've worked in the field of green building with the National Housing Bank, which is the Indian public bank financing the housing sector. It's an old project that we've been running with them for a while, and we've been able to help them play the role into fostering more green building financing. So we bring in financing, but we bring a lot of technical assistance that goes first to National Housing Bank for better understanding of the green building and how it gets financed and what is the economic rationale. And this technical assistance is passed on to local financial institutions. You have many of Indian financial institutions targeting the housing sector, and we also brought some technical assistance at municipal, ULBs and states level for them to create the right regulation to encourage green building, and also to developers. So you can see that if you have a comprehensive approach with technical assistance, you can really focus on a concept maybe that comes from outside, but it's really implemented at the local level by the local actors and on a sustainable way, because it will remain with them through this technical assistance. We, as DFI, is also many of us now focus a lot on supporting startups, local startups, into their growth phases. EFD has a very strong support being given to African startups, for example, but in India, we also launched with the MOHUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, a program that supports startups bringing innovation to ULBs in terms of waste, solid waste and liquid waste management. So I think this is also a way of having this local innovation being supported. And this is also this support to MSMEs, which we were talking about. I think for MSMEs, we all know what is supposed to be working, which is to bring a lot of knowledge and training and hand-holding, and also financial incentives. But what you need is actually involved long-term partners with this sector. You will obviously have the bank CSEP, which is a very strong partner of us here, but you also have the myriads of MFIs or NBFCs targeting these players. And these are the ones where we need all to really look at these big taxonomies around SDGs or energy transition and adapt it to the realities of the MSMEs, because I think we all also come with criteria that apply for larger infrastructure, but when it comes to SMEs, it's another game, and you have to speak another language. And for this, CSEP has gone a long way into that, and they're really targeting the greening of their portfolio. And I talk a lot about these public development banks, but they have their this mandate of being pilots, of going for more risky projects, and they are good partners also in India to go for that. And just wanted to highlight an initiative that we have supported called GIF, Screening Indian Financial System, with CSB and Shakti, also a think tank, which aim was really to provide training and knowledge sharing to financial institutions to help them look at how to green their own portfolio.
Thank you. And I think Shakti Foundation is also represented here today with Kutika, who's been actively working on green finance. But I was wondering if I might turn to Kuki with the same question about MSMEs. I would imagine this is an important issue for Indonesia as well. Is this something that came up a lot during the Indonesian presidency? Was there any idea, concept that you would recommend that we give attention to this year?
Yeah, thank you, Ulka. And as I remember it, there was not much discussion on the MSME, even though it's very important sector. But for the mechanism that I think would be good for supporting the MSME, to respond to the question is maybe not. I mean, like long-term partner is one thing, as Camille mentioned earlier, but also like having a special, how do you call it, mechanism kind of thing, so that you can basically have a kind of the second layer that managing the money, and then disperse it, and also the technology, and help the MSME through that kind of approach. And it would also be good, I think, to allow the MSME or to have this fund and support kind of a rolling mechanism, so that they can continue to be dispersed also to the next MSME in that group. So it's like, because if we use the normal commercial approach, then it will be too expensive. So we need to have this kind of, maybe it's also a kind of blended kind of things, but in managing the fund, not only for in terms of the source of the fund, but also on how to manage the fund and disperse it to different players, basically. Thank you.
Manish, you have a number of questions. CBAM, harder to abate to easier to abate, and perhaps even MSMEs.
Yeah, I'll try to answer. So I think hard to abate is mostly from technical point of view, because the way you use carbon in steel making it goes beyond like using electricity. You can switch to renewables, whereas in iron making you use it for reducing, as a reducing agent, converting iron oxide to iron. So till now there hasn't been any commercially viable technology which is available to that scale. That is why not only in India but world across, almost 70% of the steel is made through bulk blast furnace route, including most of the advanced technology-led countries like Japan, South Korea, Europe, everywhere, except for some mini mills in US where they do recycling. So in India also it's happening, but just to answer that why it is called hard to abate is purely from a technical reason, but it also gives a lot of opportunity for steel industry, because the carbon which we use in terms of coking coal is a very high cost component. So there is a inbuilt incentive to reduce its utilization. So just to give you an example, in Tata Steel's case, we have come down from a level of 2.47, 2.48 tons of CO2 per ton of steel to a level of 2.15 in 7 to 8 years, because the amount of carbon that you save, you also save on cost. So there's the inbuilt incentive to that. And therefore, as such, industry is looking for how to move away from coking coal, which is a scarce commodity, comes mostly from Australia, and it's a very, I would say you pay $350 a ton for getting that material. So therefore, you will see more of electric arc furnace-based steel making in India as we consume more steel, and there is scrap which is available. So that you will see. Industry is also looking at newer technology, which I mentioned in terms of how you can bring in hydrogen if and when it is available. Even if you do everything, carbon capture and sequestration would be needed. And then you can do offset by what you call voluntary carbon market, nature-based solutions. So all those things will happen. But it would take a bit of time. And so connected to this is the other question on CBAM. Why this is also important? Because steel is a commodity which is produced across the globe and traded across the globe. One can make it in any part of the world and bring it in India or Indonesia or Brazil to that extent. Therefore, competitiveness is very, very important. And things like when CBAM comes or other kind of taxation comes, anywhere, any producer in India has to compete with that. So to answer to the question that how are we preparing in terms of CBAM, a lot of details are emerging out, and it will also be available with time that how it will be calculated, how the monitoring will happen, what has to be reported, whether it is product-based reporting has to be done or plant-based reporting has to be done. So that will happen over next couple of years. So we are looking at it, and this also gives some kind of incentive for people to reduce their footprint. That's what we have been talking to government, that it's high time the carbon market is brought in, because essentially the theory is I'm paying for carbon, what are you doing? So if that equivalent mechanism is brought in, companies and producers from India can also come up and say that this is what is being done.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you also like to address CBAM or any of the other questions?
Oh, I didn't realize I'm mic'd up. I'll just make two comments. I mean, I agree that the CBAM thing is simply, they're just transferring what is an implicit tax that they're putting onto the rest of the world. And I think under WTO and all the rest of it, there's enough flexibility to impose such taxes. So if they impose it, we have to bear it. You know, normally when we are competing with others for imports, the way to protect Indian industry, which I don't actually approve of, is raising tariffs. But we're now the second largest exporter of steel, thanks to all these gentlemen. And there's nothing we can do to prevent others from saying that, look, if you're benefiting from a lower carbon price than our guys are, we're going to slap a tariff on you. So we have to just decide, do we want to keep exporting or not? And if we want, we should want to keep exporting, I think we'll just have to do what is necessary domestically to absorb the cost. You know, one other comment, or rather two other comments. Number one, I'm always puzzled in this debate when technology transfer is being talked about. First thing, let's be clear. These are not areas where artificial restrictions on technology will be placed, unlike defense, etc. The technology is there, and it's for you to buy it. If you think that all you need is to buy the technology because you can produce the product, there's a market. If you can't actually produce the product, then you ask them to join you in a production. So frankly, in every other area, we have absorbed technology that has come up very easily. So what's the problem in this area? I don't see any problem at all. I think it's a pity that in the discussions in the COPs, developing countries have kept talking about the transfer of technology. I'm never sure what that means. Does it mean cancel intellectual property rights so that we can, and even if you did that, most of this technology is so complex that it's not as if you could just do it if they gave you the blueprints. So really, what you have to worry about is anyone going to discriminate against you, either in negotiating a technology transfer or selling an equipment which embodies the new technology? I don't think anyone will. So that's really not a problem. MSMEs is a problem. It's a problem because one must assume they are the weakest part of the production structure, and they're an important part of it. I mean, nobody who would take the view that a healthy MSME sector is not essential. But they have to adjust to the new technology, and the only thing you can do is to provide them some financial assistance in case the banks tend not to give them a fair deal, which is quite possibly the case, right? So all that governments have to do is to recognize that as the energy transition takes place, some SMMEs will face special problems. The sector needs to be assisted. It's quite possible in this process that there's going to be a shakeout of MSMEs. And I'm afraid that has not anything to do with the carbon transition. Our MSME structure is overly dominated by very small micro enterprises, and in any charting of India's transition, the number of such MSMEs will in fact fade out. Now, if you start trying to fight that and find a policy that prevents treating the climate change thing as yet another threat, and we must that's really not going to work. But I agree that they need a lot of technical assistance, hand-holding, guidance, and better finance. The bottom line is that if the new energy embodying technology is market-wise profitable, then it'll happen. We don't have to have government directing all these things. If it's not profitable, it just won't happen. And there's no point designing all sorts of financials. I mean, unless you're thinking of subsidy. And nobody who talks about financial engineering is actually talking about subsidy. So I'm afraid we just have to recognize the fact that we have to deal with these inefficiencies as best we can. I mean, I think as one of the panelists, Ashima, I think, said, in electricity distribution, quote, we have to do a lot more, unquote. 100% right. My view is we should privatize them, quite frankly. I mean, this has been going on now for 30 years. And I mean, at my age, I don't have the time to sort of think, well, maybe in another 30 years, public sector distribution companies will do a good job. They won't. So I'm in favor of privatizing the distribution companies. And frankly, this is a state government decision. So really, there are 29 different actors, each of whom could act. And if I'm right, the state that takes the lead in this within 5 years will clearly be the one that's doing a lot better.
Thank you. We are almost out of time. I mean, the extended time that was given to us. But I can't help requesting all the panelists to have a final word, maybe one idea that if this afternoon we were to send as a summary to the Ministry of Finance, just to catch their attention before they start meeting tomorrow. So I'll go in reverse order, starting with Akhilesh. Akhilesh, if you could give just one. Sorry about that.
No, so completely on the same page as Mr. Ahluwalia. And I think the way to think about market design in India is to think about scale. So all the technology costs that we are talking of, we need to think scale and over time localization, and that is what will bring down costs. And it has to be market viable. I think we've realized that this is not going to work if we are expecting a lot of public subsidies. Only one quick other point I will take the liberty is to say on climate data, NIF has instituted a chair in ESG at IIM Ahmedabad. And one of the specific things that we are working on is climate data and climate forecasts for India. So hopefully over a period of time, you will begin to see some output come through from there. This is a response to one of the questions that came through. And thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Cookie, we'll go to you next, please.
Yes. From my side, I think what we need from the finance minister that will be meeting from tomorrow on is, how the whole financial schemes that or discussion that will be there will also cover the comprehensive things of if we are talking about energy transition, right? We don't want the financing only focusing on technology, but we need way beyond that, because we don't want the transition at the end of the day will leave our own people out from the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Camille?
Thank you. Two things, maybe set up clear goals in terms of amounts, in terms of who does what, which institution can bring which type of financing, clear taxonomy, what do we talk about, and then give tools, share tools that have worked, look at adapting them to the local needs and make them available.
So if I have to say one thing, then I'll say a good, well-governed carbon market as soon as possible will drive good behavior.
Ashima?
I would say that the new opportunities from technology and finance. So use this to make better information available from emerging markets, to reduce volatility and costs of finance, to have cooperation across different rungs of development finance institutions to enable this. Yeah, thank you.
You have the last word.
My view, start thinking of a carbon tax. And I think for India, privatize the electricity distribution system.
Perfect. So please join me in giving a round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulka, and the panelists for such a fantastic discussion. We'll now break for coffee and tea and some snacks, and we'll join back in 15 minutes because we're already running late. Thank you.
So 12. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I, of course, need a well-functioning carbon market, but what that means is a carbon tax. Yes. I mean, when you phrase it that way, everybody agrees, but the guts of it, they don't agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Nivedita. And thank you to all the panelists in the previous session for such an insightful and rich discussion on laying down what is the financial requirement for energy transition in emerging economies. So while the previous session laid out the financial requirements, this particular session is now going to talk about what can be done by emerging economies to make sure there is a conducive environment to channel more and more capital into transitionary assets in these economies. If you can share the. Okay. I think most of the people are outside only right now. Please. All right. So before I start, just a bit of background about the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, IEEFA. IEEFA is a global energy finance think tank. We are based out of the US, but we have regional offices across the world. We have an overarching aim to accelerate the transition to a more diverse and profitable energy economy wherever we operate. And with that particular aim in mind, we undertake research on the policy, finance, and technology aspects of the energy markets. In India, we've done a lot of work on energy sector transformation, where we've highlighted the risk of stranded assets in the power system. Power infrastructure development, where we've highlighted the need for augmenting the growth of T&D infrastructure. Energy transition financing has also been a big part of our work globally. Grid integration and role of new technologies such as green hydrogen, battery storage, land conflict and circular economy, and the role of gas in energy transition. So when we talk about energy transition globally, not just in India, not just in emerging economies, majority of time that's been about the transition of the power sector or decarbonization of the power sector. But when we talk about countries achieving the net zero targets, for example, India has a net zero target of 2070. If you want to make sure that India achieves that net zero target, we have to start thinking about the decarbonization of the economy as a whole. And that is when you start talking about a lot of these hard to abate sectors, which we've talked about in the previous session, and decarbonization of sectors such as steel, cement, refineries, chemicals. And as we stand today, a lot of the technological solutions for decarbonization of these sectors, these hard to abate sectors, are either not economically feasible or commercially viable. So the bottom line is, firstly, we need a lot of capital to make sure whatever solutions we have available, we can scale them up, at an appropriate scale. Secondly, we also provide capital for investing into more research and development activities to bring in more technological solutions for decarbonization of these industries. Going forward, I think that was alluded by Mr. Sinha also in his keynote speech. A lot of the growth in the coming decades till 2050, 2060 is going to be led by the developing parts of the world, countries such as India, Indonesia, Brazil, Bangladesh, all of these. And in a business as usual case, we know that the emission trajectory from these economies is going to hit or go out of the roof. And that is where it is important that we invest in developing newer technologies for decarbonization of industries today. So capital has to be invested today so as to make sure that we stay on the 1.52 degree trajectory as part of the that was as part of the Paris Agreement. And there have been several studies that talk about the need of transition finance in the developing parts of the world. This one I've just picked up from Standard Chartered Bank, which pegs the total requirement of around 130 to 140 trillion dollars to be invested over a period of the next 30, 40 years, especially specifically in the emerging parts of the world. And this implicitly assumes that there is somewhere around $45 trillion in terms of carbon taxation in these jurisdictions, which is also going to provide for the financing of these or decarbonization of these economies going forward. As we stand today, majority of the, and I think Vibhuti also alluded about this fact in her opening remarks, that less than 20% of the total financial wealth globally is with the global south today. So in terms of the financing requirement, we know that majority of the capital is going to be invested in the the global south. They are going to lead the GDP growth. But when we talk about very crudely in terms of financial assets, we simply do not have those assets to make sure that we have financing available for developing these low carbon solutions. And another key takeaway from the previous slide, I would say, is that, and it's been alluded in in the previous session also, that we cannot just rely on capital from governments or subsidies. That's not going to be enough for making sure we are there in terms of our energy transition goals. Private capital is going to play a very, very important role in terms of providing or scaling up solutions for industries and helping them decarbonize. And over here, the market for sustainable finance, namely the markets for green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, transition bonds, all of these have provided capital massively for scaling up low carbon technology, specifically in the power sector over the last decade. So if you see in 2021, global sustainable finance issuances topped $1.7 trillion, and they've been on a rising trajectory over the past decade. If you see what has been the kind of investments in energy transition in specifically India, Indonesia, and Brazil, majority of that investment has gone in the development of renewable energy or decarbonization of the power sector per se. And very little actually gone into decarbonization of the economy or hard to abate sectors, as we call them. And there have actually been development of specific instruments, sustainable finance instruments, which are very appropriate for decarbonization of industrial sectors, namely transition bonds, more importantly sustainability-linked bonds and loans. But if you see the kind of issuances or geographies where these issuances have been, its majority been dedicated to the developed parts of the world. So UK, Hong Kong, Japan, and for sustainability-linked issuances also, it's primarily been the developed nations. So while there is a growing momentum in terms of providing capital for industrial decarbonization also, what really needs to happen is that a lot of this capital also flows into or mobilizes into the emerging parts of the world. Now, IEEFA, as part of its work, has highlighted the current development in making sure a lot of this sustainable finance that I highlighted in the previous slide actually flows into the developing parts or the global south also. And
as we know, policy is going to play a very important role in making sure that this initial flow of capital actually happens to the global south. And that is where the role of green taxonomies or transition taxonomies come into play. The role of disclosure regime come into play, the role of prudential regulations, for example, for financial institutions come into play, all of which is going to make sure that, the overall environment or ecosystem is conducive to making sure capital from the developing parts of the world flows more and more into the global south. The Indonesia G20 presidency last year actually specifically saw work being done on developing a transition finance ecosystem, wherein the SFWG came out with 22 high-level principles based around 5 key pillars, which aimed at creating a transition finance ecosystem in the group companies. Sorry, how do I go back? In the group countries. So the first pillar, the broad pillar, is identification of transitional activities and investments, which basically said that at the very least, we need to make sure that we have proper definitions of what is a transitionary asset, what is a green asset, what is not a green asset. The eligibility criteria and definitions need to be there. Secondly, there has to be provision for verification of what are these assets. There have to be methodologies, proper methodologies available that can be leveraged by stakeholders to make sure that whatever is being claimed as transitionary is actually transitionary. Thirdly, we also, the SWG says that there has to be interoperability and harmonization of these definitions across the globe. So that's on the first pillar. The second pillar is reporting of information on transition activities and investment. And that's crudely saying that disclosure become very important for any kind of sustainable finance flow or any kind of capital coming into these transitionary assets. The third one is transition-related financial instruments. So while I alluded about some of the developments happening in the sustainable finance markets and development of instruments specifically catering to industrial decarbonization, but like I alluded in the previous slide, a lot of these solutions, technological solutions available today for industrial decarbonization are at a very nascent stage of development, and that is where you need to governments and bodies such as institutions such as multilateral development banks need to come in, provide capital to de-risk these assets and crowd in more and more private capital into development and scaling up of these solutions. And that is where subsidies and first loss guarantees, clean vanilla guarantees, all of these come into the picture to de-risk assets that we're developing for decarbonization of the industry. Next one is talking about designing policy measures, which basically is saying that policy has to be designed, or the transition ecosystem has to be designed by policy in such a way that it makes these transitionary assets bankable, so that more and more private capital could be channeled into these development of these assets. And lastly, assessing and mitigating negative social and economic impact of transition activities and investment, because a lot of the economy, local economies and communities in developing parts of the world are dependent on fossil fuel-based industries. That is where it becomes very important that when you're talking about transition from a developing world perspective, you also take into consideration the social and just aspects of it. And because of the transition, a lot of these fossil fuel-based industries are going to be affected. So policy has to be formed in such a way that either through taxonomies or through KPIs as part of financial instruments, you make sure that social considerations are also taken into into consideration when capital flows into development of these or decarbonization of these industry assets. And lastly, taking inputs from the SFWG's high-level principles and contours of the wider sustainable finance markets. If there is a development of an effective transition finance framework in the developing parts of the world, it can massively support capital flow, not just from sustainable finance markets, but also from domestic sources of capital to scale up transition finance in these jurisdictions. So again, first point and the bedrock for development of a transition finance ecosystem is support from the policy side of things, where a credible pipeline of investable projects with clear transition cases required, either through price and non-price support, subsidies, for example, for scaling up these transitionary assets, subsidies, for example, for verification of a sustainable transition finance instrument, public procurement, tax incentives such as accelerated depreciation. All of these are required at the initial phase to make sure that you help in mobilizing private capital into these sectors and assets. Second, very important sustainability disclosures, and this becomes all the more important in the case of transitionary asset, because when you talk about, let's say, renewable energy asset, over there, the case for mitigation, carbon mitigation is very clear cut. But when you talk about transitionary asset, over there, the investors would be more inclined in understanding how exactly is the transitionary asset going to help the issuer in terms of reducing their emissions. What is the glide path or the trajectory that the investment in the in the asset is going to provide the issuer, and more importantly, what exactly is the issuer doing after investment in that asset in terms of reducing their emissions, as part of the decarbonization. So sustainability disclosures become all the more important when it comes to transition finance. Again, over here, harmonization of standards is very important. The International Sustainability Standards Board is working on a global baseline of standards, and emerging economies can benefit very well if they incorporate those recommendations as part of their sustainability disclosure regimes. The next one, a very important, green transition taxonomy, which is basically saying that you need to properly define what is transitionary, what is non-transitionary, either through a taxonomy or through a principles-based approach. And as I alluded earlier, from a developing market perspective, it's also important to make sure that social considerations or social objectives are also part of these taxonomies. The next one is financial instruments, and I've talked about that a bit in the previous slide. But a very important role over here, and it's been said again and again in the previous session also, is going to be the role of carbon taxation. So creation of a conducive carbon taxation regime, a compliance market for carbon trading in these jurisdictions is going to give market signals for uptake of low carbon technology or no carbon solutions by industry players in these jurisdictions. Conducive carbon taxation is the need of the hour today. Next one is sectoral regulation, and this specifically talks about making sure that domestic capital also flows into these assets and economic activities, because while it is important to make sure that you have capital available from sustainable finance market, domestic capital also plays its own part. Domestic institutions such as pension funds, insurers, even banks and NBFCs in these developing economies, the sectoral regulation has to make sure that the environment is overall conducive for them to provide capital for scaling up the solution. Secondly, there is no restriction, or rather there is incentives for these entities to provide capital for these solutions in these or capital for these technologies in the jurisdiction. For example, a capital market regulator or the banking market regulator can through prudential regulations or through the use of monetary policy operations can help mobilize capital from banking institutions to these technologies and sectors. So that's a very important role. They've got a very important role to play. The next one is ESG strategy. Like I mentioned, for disclosures, having a ESG strategy which fits well in the investments that you're trying to make for a transitionary asset, that's very important for an investor to see. Where do you stand in terms of your ESG metrics? Where do you want to go in the next 5-10 years? And how do you want to go there? All of these these contours of this ESG strategy become extremely important to communicate to the investors. And more importantly, again, how well you're actually achieving those targets. So, having a ESG strategy and making sure that asset that you're trying to finance is, aligned with that strategy becomes important. The next role is for ESG data and rating providers. I think the biggest impediment for the flow of capital into transition assets today is lack of disclosures. And that is where ESG data and rating providers come in. And they provide data and ratings to investors to make an informed decision for any kind of investment that you want to make. But as we stand today, these markets are very unregulated. There is no industry best standards in terms of what exactly is an ESG rating. So there are several risks of greenwashing. So at the very least, regulation has to come in and make sure that there is standardization, there is no mis-selling, so that the confidence of the investor community in using these data products and ESG ratings is not diluted. And India has actually been one of the front runners among the global economies in terms of at least proposing that there should be some regulation of ESG data providers and rating providers in their jurisdiction. And lastly, without conducive liquid capital markets, we might say that we want green bonds, we want sustainability-linked bonds to be issued. Until and unless we have conducive markets that make sure that issuers of all kind of sizes and investors of different risk appetites actually come together and meet at a particular place. Until and unless we make capital markets in such a manner, we cannot expect that capital is directly going to flow into these assets and these activities and these players. So these are some of the major factors which will be responsible for creating a conducive transition finance ecosystem in the emerging economies. And hopefully, after today's session, we will probably have targeted recommendation in terms of what developing economies need to do in terms of working on these broad areas and going beyond these also. Thank you very much. And now I invite Vibhuti, please take over the session.
Thanks, Shantanu. Now we move on to the panel discussion. Joining us on stage is Suranjali Tandon from National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, Elrika Hamdi, Energy Finance Analyst from IEEFA, Piyush Jha, Head of Climate and Sustainable Finance at Tata Steel, Nana Lee, Head of Sustainability and ESG Asia Pacific at Impacts Asset Management, and Saurajit Iyer, Vice President, Octus ESG. Moderating the session will be Vibhuti Garg, Director, South Asia, IEEFA.
Get started.
I think your mic is not working.
Thanks. Thanks, Shantanu, for laying out the modalities and the contours for putting up the transition finance ecosystem, especially in the context of the developing economies. In the previous sessions, we have talked about how critical or how much amount of financing is required. But in terms of when we are looking at that there is a goal that all the countries have set up as part of net zero, while this might be achievable, more achievable for the global north. But as far as the global south is concerned, there is a tremendous need for exchange of technology know-how as well as share of global capital flowing into the global south. So with this, we do have experts from the policy space, the investor community, as well as the corporate, who will today share about their insights on the financing needs, the bottlenecks, and the ways to address it. So as Shantanu highlighted, we will try and come up with certain recommendations, which we can submit to SFWG, who are meeting tomorrow in Udaipur, as well as to the T20 Secretariat, the ORF, in terms of what's some of the elements that needs to be built in as part of formal recommendations of the G20 communique. Before we start, I'll just request all of you to keep your remarks to 4 to 5 minutes per question. And I would encourage people who are joining us online virtually to put up their questions in the chat box, and we will try and take up as many questions in the end. I will start with you, Suranjali. You have been very actively engaged with the G20 as well as the various governments on the transition finance in the emerging economies. What is the current status of the sustainable finance ecosystem, not only in India, but if you can bring in perspectives from the G20 trio of Indonesia and Brazil, and not only from the perspective of industrial sector, but the wider energy sector as well. And what, according to you, are the key areas that needs to be developed for us to encourage the transition finance ecosystem?
Thanks, Vibhuti. I think it's really hard to make a unique point after the first panel. I think absolutely everything was covered. But I think it's important to go back and look at this space very pragmatically. So, it almost seems after this conversation that there is going to be finance flowing to all these activities. But if we go back to 2008 and we look at how the world responded to the financial crisis, there were a lot of regulatory frameworks put in place. But we are now in 2023 and we are seeing a re-emergence of financial risk within the system, which means that finance has an inherent ability to behave the same way. It just molds into different formats. And I think that is something to be cautious of even in the green space. So I think what needs to be understood is that finance is driven by returns. And how do you make a demonstrable case for returns? Now, there is one way to do it to say, well, green is profitable, which may not always be true. The other is to lift the cost side. And that's exactly what was being spoken in the first panel, right? Carbon price in one way or another is something that they drove the point. So I think one way to do it is that even countries such as India need to reflect on how these prices are imposed. And it's nice to have a general conversation, but as we've seen, every sector responds differently. So we need to have sectoral prices, which sort of draw a wedge and make it the right thing to do. Another way that we are seeing globally is the practice of disclosures. And India sort of made its headway by mandating BRSR for top 1,000 listed companies. We have the green bond framework, but that's it. You could also see that there is evidence of greenwashing. So how do you change the intent of capital, which again sort of links back to my first point? I think another way is, which was also spoken of, is carbon markets. And we've seen, interestingly, in Brazil, there was enough pressure on the account of deforestation to change course. So they have argued for carbon offsets, which can be purchased even abroad, which in a sense fund forestation in Brazil. And I think instead of talking about $100 billion and how every country is going to get it through the MDB process, I think another smart way to do it is to say, look, this is going to affect everybody. If you want to reforest, if you want to abate carbon emission in these sectors, you should be able to sell these abroad, which is a transfer of capital. And then again, the point on technology, do not want to belabor it, but there is always intellectual property right associated with any innovation, and how these intellectual property rights will be protected. In terms of banking system, which is critical for countries like India today, I think major source of funding for most corporates is the banking sector. Again, we need to look at risks. So finance has the ability to be short-sighted sometimes. And so therefore, you need to have macro modeling, which says that over the horizon of whichever we've set, let's say 2070, if you don't change your way, there's going to be costs across sectors and across businesses. And we've seen some headway, at least in terms of RBI putting out its paper, linking up with other economies through the NGFS, exchanging practices. I think that's progress, and that can drive portfolios of banks, which in a sense, again, puts pressure back on companies to change their ways. So I think those, to my mind, are a few ways in which G20 countries are taking initiative in their own respective, as well as can collaborate to see where finance can be brought in which sectors.
Great. I clearly agree. Finance will flow where the returns are. So definitely, we are seeing increasingly financing to renewable energy, and that's primarily happening more from the returns, the higher returns that the investors are getting now. And we also talked about the cost of financing, and by having proper definition, having proper disclosure mechanisms, by bringing in more transparency, there's one way that, the cost of financing can definitely come down. So you did mention about, how these countries, what more can be done, but specifically we are increasingly seeing energy transition being one of the key topics of discussion, especially during the India's G20 presidency. And transition finance being a key requirement for the developing economies to accelerate the pace of deployment of clean energy solution. What role do you see that the G20 troika can play in facilitating this growth of sustainable finance?
I think one is to articulate what their needs are. So there are common denominators, I think, across countries, while the transition plans or pathways will look slightly different based on resource endowment. But I think common denominators on what is green, where investments can flow. And I think one important element which is also being picked up within the G20 is the role of blended capital. Now, blended capital is a very easy term. It almost sounds like a cocktail. It could be anything. But it actually means that there are different kinds of people with different kinds of risk profile, risk appetite, and there are different kinds of instruments that are available. Based on the preferences, you could create a combination wherein you could, there is a use case of MDB where you could use that money to scale up private finance, or you could have sectors where you see private capital being predominant. So you can find these different grades of capital, as I would imagine, for different kinds of activities. So for example, in the previous panel, SDG was brought up. And that is an important element. I think we all look at SDG as separate from the climate conversation, but there are also byproducts of your primary activity. So even if I'm funding climate, I could be having ancillary impact on SDGs. So I think through blended capital, there could be some thinking around these instruments which do multiple things for financing. And I think the G20 can think of this spectrum of instruments that map onto the spectrum of goals.
Great. I think that really helps us into segue of where Elvika, I will now bring you in. And Indonesia has been at the forefront of issuance of sustainable financing instruments, the Green Sukuk in 2018, and also one of the first Southeast Asian countries to issue SDG-related bond. And last year, after the G20 presidency, what kind of developments have happened in the financing architecture for sustainable finance, ever since, the G20 presidency has got over? And what have been the key agenda and the roadmap the government has set out in the last few months?
Okay, thank you, Vibhuti, for the questions, and thank you for inviting me to the event. I'm sorry I have to join in online because I couldn't come to India at this time. So yes, Indonesia has definitely developed their sustainable roadmap, which has become the basis for the G20 event last year. I guess I would like to, hello?
Yeah, you're audible,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I would probably just start with a bit of a background of Indonesia's milestone in sustainable finance. As we know that in the lead up to 2017, Indonesia has started its path towards sustainable finance by joining the Sustainable Banking Network, etc. And by 2017, the Financial Authority, OJK, issued the first regulation on the sustainable finance framework, which then becomes the green bond framework. So this framework becomes the guidelines for Indonesia to issue, as you mentioned, Vibhuti, the first sovereign green sukuk, as well as the retail sukuk. Over the last few years, Indonesia has, I think it has issued at least 4 global green sukuk and 2 retail green sukuk, and as well as 1 SDG bond. But by 2021, so Indonesia also developed a green taxonomy, version 1.0. And at the same time, the president also enacted a presidential regulation on carbon price. So Indonesia has acknowledged a lot of accrediting mechanisms through either market instruments, which is through the emission trading systems and offset emissions, as well as through non-market instruments, which is carbon tax and result-based payment. So if you're asking me what's next for Indonesia, I think there are a couple of steps that is being taken. The first one is to refine the green taxonomies to include transition activities that would help both the financial institutions as well as the private sectors to engage within a framework that would avoid any green or transition washing. I think in the first panel, a lot of this has been discussed. So currently the goal is to have the green taxonomy, Indonesian green taxonomy to version 2.0 ready by end of this year. And also Indonesia is working to insert the transition finance framework into the ASEAN taxonomy. So Indonesia this year holds the ASEAN chairmanship. And of course, it will try to focus on activities that will allow financing for an early coal retirement activities to not be considered under the red zone. So we adopt the traffic light approach on the green taxonomy. So currently all coal-related activities are considered in the red zone. So on top of that, the Indonesian government is also concentrating on setting up the carbon pricing mechanism, as I said, the market and non-market mechanism, and especially for the market mechanism, the Indonesian government is working together with the Indonesian Stock Exchange to establish an emission trading scheme. But what is interesting here is probably one thing that the Indonesian government trying to get the international standard support is to account for emissions reduction from the early coal retirement. So currently there is no global standard which considered emission reduction from early coal retirement to be a carbon credit on mitigation action. That means that carbon credit from if we close our coal-fired power plants early, the carbon credit could not be considered as a mitigation action. So of course, we all know that implementing carbon pricing mechanism, especially the market mechanism, is never easy nor fast. So a lot of I think there's a lot of things that are being cooked by relevant ministries. I guess when we're talking about development of frameworks, guidelines, standards, methodologies, that they are all important to avoid greenwashing, transition washing, or whatnot. But let's not forget about the actions. We should also focus on not only pledges or frameworks, but also how can the financial communities engage more actively with the businesses to spearhead the flow of the capital that is much needed by the projects. I mean, based on last year's G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, the transition finance is defined as financial services supporting the whole of economy transition in the context of SDGs toward lower and net zero emissions and climate resilience in a way that is aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. I think this is still pretty vague, and I'm afraid that this kind of definition might put us on the risk of finding activities that are not supposed to be considered as a good transition activities riding along the bandwagon. So definition of these activities and KPIs will need to be agreed, I think first and foremost within the India G20 presidency.
Great, thanks. I think the world is, especially the countries in the global south, is watching. Indonesia has taken the leadership in coming up with the green bond framework and the green taxonomy. And now you mentioned, there is also more elements on the carbon pricing mechanism. Again, India has expressed there will be a voluntary market that is coming up. So definitely there are a lot of lessons that these countries can exchange with each other and, have the best practices in place. Erika, one more question to you. I mean, given that Indonesia also, has recently finalized the JETP, and do you think it's going to enable more and more private capital and the investors who are ESG aligned to get their capital mobilized to the transitional assets and activities, including, if you can also comment about on the decarbonization of not only the electricity sector, but also other sectors like industrialization as well as the transport?
Thank you, Bibitu. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do see that indeed. But the issue for Indonesia is, especially in the power sector currently, is overcapacity. So this overcapacity has created a huge impact on the utilities PLN's financial conditions, which then trickles down to the state budget as Indonesia still provides subsidies and compensation on electricity price. So this is to keep electricity price artificially low and affordable. And so the first thing that needs to be done in the case of Indonesia, when you're talking about JETP, is the early closure of coal-fired power plants, especially those that are not yet and not any more efficient or can be replaced with renewables. So the JETP Secretariat has been established, and in the next 6 months, it will be a crucial time to come up with the comprehensive investment plan, which includes also choosing which power plant to be retired and which renewable ones to be developed. So there will be a project list, or in the government's wordings, they would like to call it as an investment menu, where they will present it to a list of investors and lenders. But the one thing that is I think important to be known here is that Indonesia has always champions from the start that the transition has to happen in an orderly way. So in the government state of mind, the transition of emerging markets need to weigh not only the upside of the transition, which is of course the emission reduction and planet not warming up above 1.5 degrees, but also to weigh the potential negative impact of a disorderly transition for the country. So this should include weighing on the climate-related transition risk, restricted access, especially for emerging market, restricted access to affordable and reliable energy, and the risk of unemployment and other potential broader social impact. And the second one, to the Indonesian government, the potential revenue generating sectors or green investment could be derived from several parts, not just on the renewable energy, but also other green industry, like the green industrial parks that the government is very much marketing the idea of the green industrial park, as well as the sustainable landscape or land use, sustainable fisheries, and one more thing is the e-mobility. So these sectors are already, I think there's a lot of investors waiting to come in as they know how big the market potential is. But the difficult question would be, the dirty part. I think at the stage of the game, the government is fully aware of how limited investors' appetite is with dirty assets, which can be potentially stranded as well. But due to the overcapacity problem, again, coming back to the first thing that I mentioned, who will want to finance the dirty part so that renewables could come in? So coming back to your questions, do I see private capital from ESG aligned investors coming in? Absolutely, yes. In fact, these are probably the more shovel-ready investments. So investments in activities that are not related to PLN grid projects. Trends have shown that some bigger international renewable players have been eyeing and engaging with the factories and industrial complex, those that are not related to PLN, to build and supply green energy for them. But if you're asking about decarbonizing the hard-to-abate sectors, such as steel, cement, I think this is still pretty much a big question for us. Even in the JETP agreement, the government already hinted that relaxations are allowed for captive coal-fired power plants. So I think one thing that I would probably highlight here is that there was a GFANZ Bank's roadshow last week, and I can tell from all the meetings that I attended how much these lenders are very much interested to get into the green part of the investment, the e-mobility sectors in particular, with the battery manufacturing, EVs, and charging infrastructure. But the big question still remains: who will want to finance the wind-up of the dirty sector? How do we bring in these ESG conscious investor in? How do we lure them and provide them with enough comfort so they can pour their money not only on the green projects, but also on the much needed transition projects? How do we ensure that the definition of these transition activities are aligned to Paris Agreement? What approach shall be taken? Is it timeline approach? Is it measurement-based approach? Or a mix of both? Or maybe something that could be more innovative and transparent, using the newest digital technology and climate, new satellite data. I guess I will end my comments here with these questions.
Thanks, Erica. You have raised a very important point that it's not only about financing clean energy solutions, but also, helping countries transition away from the dirty fossil fuels, and who's going to finance that. And there's a lot of element of the social impact that comes into picture, which even Shantanu highlighted that while environment is key, but also building in the social aspects while lending to the sector becomes very critically important. With this, I'll bring you, Nanali, to the discussion. With an asset under management of more than 50 billion pounds, you have been an active investor into the energy transition space. As an asset manager for some of the world's biggest institutional investors, where do you see the general direction of transition financing, and whether there is any difference you have been through your experience working with so many different institutional investors in developed as well as the developing? Has there been some level of differences, in the two set of countries?
Oh, thank you, IEEFA, for having me. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Great.
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
I think first I would like to introduce my firm a little bit to set the context. So Impax is a active asset manager, long only, and the long-term investor, has been investing in globally for the last 25 years. We first started in London as an environmental advisory firm. So the founder of our company used to work for McKinsey as an environmental advisor, and then gradually over the years, we become an investment management house ourselves. So in the first few years, we were providing advisory services for other investment managers, including consulting and also data provider for the Fuji, now called Russell Fuji, but Fuji Russell, but at the time it was just Fuji Index in the early 2000s. So given that background, our investments are mostly with environmental solutions companies, for example, waste management, renewable energy, energy transition, etc. So I think I'd like to concur with the first speaker's comment about financials is about return to start with. I mean, totally. So our first idea of setting up this company is because we think there's a great landscape for environmental solutions companies in the world to become much bigger as we see more and more pressure and also more and more interest in this transition to a more sustainable economy. So if speaking of direction, I think now we see more and more obvious that all the investors and the companies are going through this transition to a more sustainable economy. Also, more specifically, I think we have seen more integration of ESG and also climate-related information in the investment decision-making space. And also for companies, it's in their disclosures. So I think for the differences I think the reason behind this country-wise is because we have all the different risks, such as for the last year, it was quite a dramatic year with the Russia-Ukraine war and with high inflation now globally, and also extreme weather everywhere and so on. So I think we have a lot of reason to focus on this. For Asian markets, I think big Asia economies are now basically have two paths they're taking. One is increasing the energy efficiency, maybe not just for Asia, also for Europe markets as well. So increasing energy efficiency definitely is a key focus for most governments. And also the other one, especially for I think countries like India and China, is increasing self-reliance on energy generation. So as we know, the government in India has come up with this 2070 agenda. And also in China, we have been hearing the president speaking more and more about self-reliance on energy, on food, on technology, etc. So I think going with that direction is definitely one of the general setting we see for the transition financing path. Speaking of ecosystem, so when we talk about ecosystem, which means different players in the ecosystem should have a role to play. I think this is more of the case in developed countries now. we've seen over the last few years, we've seen a strong forces from all parties, including companies, investors, employees, governments, regulators, and also NGOs like IEEFA to play a role in trying to push for more transitional financing developments. So there's both endogenous and the exogenous drivers when it comes to the transition to a more sustainable economy. For developing countries, I think it's so far it's not so much the case. I think developing countries that are now playing catch-ups with markets, especially like Europe, and there's a strong push from the government and the regulators towards net zero and towards like carbon emission reduction, etc. As we've discussed, I think already there is a strong, there's a lot of subsidies coming from the government for some sectors like renewable energy, and also the government is setting on the national level agenda for net zero for different countries in Asia. So I think what we like to see is more stakeholders like local investors, especially local institutional investors, asset owners, local NGOs, etc., to do more, to be more on the same page, and also to push also for the changes going forward. I think so far it's fair to say that still the whole agenda for pushing for energy transition is still coming top-down driven for different markets in Asia. And I think we'd like to see more bottom-up effects and also actions to be played.
Great. Thanks for highlighting some of those things. Now, do you see any, investor concerns or different strategies that these domestic institutional investors adopt, while lending to transitional assets in the developing countries? And what are the ways to de-risk some of those concerns? Also, given that the point for today's discussion is more to understand from the G20's perspective, how the G20 troika or the G20 forum can play a role in weeding out some of the issues.
Yeah, so I mean, there are two layers. So first of all, for any investors, there is just a group of general concerns when you're investing in developed countries. For example, the transparency issue is definitely one of the key issues. Transparency can affect your information gathering and also data gathering. It's not just it's not just difficult for you to get some information. It's difficult for you to compare across the board for other markets when you get the information. And I think this is definitely the case in some markets in Asia. You have the cultural and language barriers when you're trying to engage with companies. It's not always easy, and you have to be able to understand also different perspectives of the regulators and also some major, for example, SOEs, so state-owned enterprises. Especially for the last 2 to 3 years, you have a lot more political issues playing the role, and also liquidity issue also is quite important for active investor like us. So that's the general concerns. Then specifically related to investing in transitional assets, you have greenwashing. I think it's a significant issue across the board. I think European regulators are doing something about it. US also, SEC is doing something, but I think in Asia, it's still so much to be done in terms of regulation and also in terms of behavior, conducting regular, compared to the rest of the world. And also you have as I said, the government is setting the agenda for like net zero and the carbon neutral. However, I think there's still not so much guidance from regulators. So a lot of companies are finding their ways to actually come with the commitment they've made already publicly. So that has again come a lot, I think, in my company engagements with the companies we own. And as I said, you have this incomparable data set that you get all this data. It's sometimes overwhelming in some markets, but it's not really, most of it not really useful in terms of making an investment decision because it's not comparable. And hopefully the IASSB conclusion later this year can help with that. And corporate access is something also, as I said, is also something quite important. And you have also in some markets, you have the human rights concern for Westerner investors. It's also a big it's a big concern, I think, for them in terms of making investments. And in order to really to de-risk all the things I've said, I think first of all you have to able to study the market and to do your homework about the company you own. And for us, like an active investor, we definitely do that. We spend a lot of time on due diligence and also speaking to the company before we make the investments. And after we make the investments, we also go to the company regularly to engage with them on various issues. Quite important, I think, for Asia is to understand the context of the market. So Asia is actually quite divided. You have to be able to understand the different market development stages, and also engage not just with company, also with regulators and also local NGOs, or like IEEFA, like NGOs with good local connections and the local roots to understand really the context of the market you're investing and what is the issues you can discuss with the company, what is the issue you should discuss really just with the regulators. I think for alliances like G20, it's definitely setting the direction for regulators. So my company is, we have a quite focus on public advocacy. So we go to like COP20. I mean, the past, I think 5-6 years, we has always been go to the COP conferences. However, I think for us as a active investor, the alliances definitely set, and like SDGs definitely set a direction for local regulators to do their agenda and also to set their direction. And for us, it is actually more useful for us to study the local regulations because the G20 guidances tend to be quite general and high level. So for our specific investment decisions, we need to focus on really the company level or the market level standards to be able to understand what is the best decision in terms of companies and also in terms of asset allocations. Thank you.
Thanks, Nanavi. I mean, thanks for bringing the point of engaging with local NGOs, bringing in the local context. And on the data transparency, I think it was discussed even in the last session on, how sharing of information and getting that data becomes also very critical. I will now move to Piyush. The Indian steel and the cement sectors have been pioneers in issuance of the sustainable finance debt in the last few years, but we have seen limited finance coming to investment in processes in emission reductions strategy. What, according to you, are the main challenges in financing industrial decarbonization solutions, given the current state of technology development? And what are the various strategies that can be deployed to overcome some of these challenges? And are these challenges similar across the various developing economies?
Sure. So thank you. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So thanks for having me. I come from the steel industry, so some of the examples that I'll try and give are more towards steel than cement, but hopefully the sort of concept holds. So steel itself is quite emitting. Steel does 7 to 8% of global GHG emission, which is significant. But what one needs to note is that as the grid greens itself, that is expected to go up to about 30%. So that's clearly a significant need to try and invest. And you are right that while a lot of financing is being raised, including in the steel industry, it is more sort of directed towards the end solutions where you've got green steel available, and then I'll come to as to how that can be, rather than financing the transition. And that's where the gap is, and that's the question that you asked. Steel is hard to abate. I think Sarojit asked that question. It is not hard to abate because chemistry doesn't work. It's hard to abate because commercially it doesn't work. So if you look at global steel industry, 70% of steel is made from iron ore and only 30% through recycling of steel. If one were to recycle steel using renewable, you go down to a very low level of emissions. That's a perfect solution, isn't it? But then the amount of steel demand in the world and going up to 2050 means that only 50% of global steel demand can be sort of addressed using scrap. So you have to therefore reduce iron ore. We reduce iron ore using carbon. So C plus O is equal to CO2 and you got Fe left. You can do the same with hydrogen. As a matter of fact, chemistry allows. People have been using natural gas to reduce iron ore. And natural gas, incidentally, is always broken down into carbon and hydrogen. And so therefore, chemistry works. But then think of the issues now. You need hydrogen for a 2 million ton steel plant. Global capacity is 2 billion ton. 2 million ton steel plant, you need about 150,000 tons of H2, green H2 every year. And this needs to be seen in the context of the steel industry standing behind some other industry in terms of sort of a more efficient abatement cost curve, so to speak. Scrap challenge I already mentioned, the challenge of raw material. Blast furnace, which is where carbon is used, it's very efficient. And why is it efficient? It's because it does two things at the same time. It reduces and it melts. You use hydrogen, you reduce, and then you have to melt it separately, for which you need green power. Again, the scale is incredible. I'll use a layman's example. To sort of 2 million ton of steel plant needs about in wind turbine terms, somewhere between 300 to 1,000 wind turbines just for 2 million ton. And we're talking about India's current capacity being 130, 140 billion ton, global capacity being about 2 billion ton. So the enormity of situation, the problem is also driven by availability of the entire ecosystem to make the transition viable and therefore financial. Capital, I think that point has been very well made. And the important thing is therefore to make the transition viable, and make the transition viable in a way which is sort of aligned to each country's own context. So we as Tata Steel, we've got plants in Europe and we've got plants in India. In Europe, for a Dutch steel plant, about 7 million ton, we are transitioning to hydrogen-based steel making. By 2030, we hope to do that. Why are we able to do that? There's a thriving carbon market, which allows capital investment. There is investments made by the government where we've got certainty that we will have availability of natural gas and hydrogen. We need that certainty now to put in capital now. In India, we can't do that. At this point of time, if I need to match India's demand growth, I need to put up new assets. I have to look at what will be the energy supply situation in 2030. And then we know the constraints, and probably true for other developing countries. But what one could do in India is look at scrap. For example, we are setting up a scrap-based steel making unit that will run on renewable. That's being set up in northern part of the country, in Ludhiana. So you have to look at different pathways in different geographies, and that needs to be sort of accepted. And that is where the challenge is. Finance is looking at global financials, global capital is looking at greening of their balance sheet, which is not, unfortunately, the same thing as financing of the transition. They would like to produce, invest in finance renewable capacity. They'd like to green bond taxonomy, etc. For example, if I want to raise a green bond, I can use for scrap-based steel making. I cannot use to reduce emission intensity of my existing carbon-based steel making, which I can do, or companies can do. Tata Steel, fortunately, is a big company, we can finance it. Others probably have limited ability. But that capital cannot come towards making my blast furnaces CO2 efficient. And there's a significant opportunity. Just to again set context, current average CO2 intensity of steel industry in India is 2.5. It could theoretically, within the same technology, using coal, go to 1.8. That's about 30% reduction. It is significant, right? But then one has to be willing to finance. So there are challenges, but then you have to find a midway through it, figure out. And as I said, different solutions will work. It works in our case for different geographies, and one needs to sort of work towards that and work around it.
Just picking up from the point you made that different geographies would have different solutions. But given that a lot of steel being even made in India would be for exports, so how do you think, given that there are more stringent regulations in the other parts of the world, how does your plan in India kind of fare out when you are looking at exports?
So again, it is not so much of a challenge for Tata Steel, but I think you're asking the question from a perspective of an Indian steel producer. We would serve our Europe market through our European operations, which we are transitioning to green solution. But I think we are in some ways being a little defensive about it. I think it's an opportunity. And as a country, as India, we are now working towards developing a global national carbon market. And therefore, there will be a cost of carbon that will apply to steel companies in India. Now, one starts thinking about it, you do that, and therefore you can sort of decarbonize and get that margin and finance your decarbonization. But then we'll come back and say, all right, that's great, but now protect me against imports from other countries where there is no cost of carbon. So we have to believe in two facts. One is emission of carbon is consumption of a capital. We are emitting into its atmosphere, in this atmosphere, and therefore, in principle, we have to agree that somebody has to bear that cost. And eventually, again, there is no two ways about it. Eventually, it has to be the customer. Capital will seek its return. So therefore, if there's a cost to carbon, a customer, eventual final customer has to be willing to bear that cost. And what and how much and when are questions to be discussed. But first thing that we have to accept is that the customer will have to bear that cost. And if once you come to that position, a level playing field is the second important requirement to ensure that you are able to compete. You couldn't have even if it's a $10 per ton of carbon cost in India for steel industries which work on thin margins, that's significant. That can make your quarter, make a year, or not make a year. So therefore, I wouldn't say that carbon border adjustment mechanism, etc., are a threat. I think one needs to look at it as in form of opportunity and address it in terms of country to country equivalency. So we have a carbon market. Yes, your carbon cost is higher for different reasons. So there is an opportunity there where if I were to supply steel using electric arc furnace and green energy made in India, then that extra margin I'll be able to make to my export into the EU. So I think there are two ways to looking at it. This is a complex challenge. I'm not trying to paste a rosy picture, quite to the contrary. But all I'm trying to say is that a defensive point of view is not going to help. You have to think it of as an opportunity and try and address it.
Okay, thanks. Now, from a corporate perspective, what specific sustainability actions can be taken to access transition finance? And any role you think policymakers or even investors can play in supporting this transition?
So yes, and I think I wouldn't say many new things compared to what has already been said. But as I'll try and break it down into two parts: what we as corporates can do and what the regulators can do. And starting with the regulators again, a carbon market we already talked about allows. So transition finance, one needs to recognize is that there is no new assets are being created, but new capacity is not being created. So you're producing steel already. India is producing 120 million, 30 million of steel. And then let's say all things being equal, India will continue to produce the same amount of steel. It's just that we transitioned, shut down our existing facilities and put in new facilities. So therefore, a significant capital goes in without producing additional capacity, and that needs to be financed. That's the important thing. And therefore, that the mechanism needs to be put in place to ensure that that return is there. Carbon market could be one of them. Appropriate sort of regulatory regimes in terms of not ensuring that that if you are producing for export into countries where there is no carbon market, then you are not disadvantaging your own industry. I think those kind of steps need to be put in place. I think technologies, a lot has been said about it. And I'm not saying that technology to produce many of our goods are not available, but people tend to discount the complexity required to scale up the technology. And that requires catalytic investment. I think that's an important thing. I will give again our example, Tata Steel. We have got a technology called Sarnath. It is very sort of, it allows, it is more energy efficient and allows, it is very suitable for carbon capture because it produces almost very pure CO2 and then one could capture and store permanently. We have got a pilot plant running in Netherlands, and we'd like to scale up to do a demo. And it's important because this is new technology. You want to test how the plant would work, how it would scale up. And then therefore, to be able to share some of that risk could be very helpful. That will bring forward the date of investment for companies like us. Similarly, I talked about steel making using hydrogen. So hydrogen molecules have already been used, right? So what we're trying to do is to scale it up, take it to 80%. And then that requires people to know how to run a plant of 2.5 million ton and not like sort of a small demo plant. And that, again, some of those steps, I think, would require support from the government, from the regulator. I think as regulators and as corporations, together, we need to also develop a transition pathway for the country. And this is a very important point. And a lot of, for lack of a better word, broad brushing is happening where everybody is hesitant to say, and I think Dr. Ahluwalia also mentioned, that 1.5 degrees is difficult to, or is not possible. But everybody is hesitant to say that it's not possible. Therefore, let's try and come to a solution which gets us to 2 degrees or 2.5 degrees. And therefore, the targets that put on yourself are so super ambitious that they're not realistic. It's like yesterday's India one-day match, India trying to get 300, ending up at 100. It's not going to help anyone. So important thing, or the point to be noted is that global North has a particular transition pathway and global South has a particular transition pathway. They can be different and it's not a bad thing to accept that and to try and develop a pathway which is more suitable. So don't say I wouldn't finance any carbon, because carbon reduction of 30% is still significant. Don't say that the challenges that you're mentioning are not really realistic. I think you have to accept that and then try and support that. And as companies, as corporations, I think the two important things that I'll mention is one is on disclosure. That's extremely critical. And I think SEBI is doing some good work, including the latest sort of requirement to have compulsory assurance of a core part of the BRSR. I think that will be incredibly helpful. So disclosures are very important. And I like the approach of SEBI as to disclosure, not just of a performance, but also of your strategy as to how you'll get there next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. That is critically important. Because we say Tata Steel net zero by 2045, but that assumes that you'll have all your hydrogen and green electricity working. But what is also important is what we can do from now till 2030, and a focus needs to be brought into that. So that would be my other submission. As companies, as corporations, we have to look at our short-term, medium-term, long-term strategies. ISSB says the same thing. Communicate that, work towards that, and then hopefully be able to convince lenders that there is a credible case to finance this transition in the eventual sort of play of getting to net zero by 2045 in our case.
Great. Thanks, Piyush, for sharing it from the corporate perspective. Sarojit, I know you have been waiting patiently. So lastly, coming to you, Octus ESG works with a whole plethora of both public and private financial institutions across emerging markets of Asia, Africa, as well as South America, with a focus on kind of creating more sustainable finance strategy, products, and services. What has your experience been working with the financial institutions, in terms of their preparedness on providing capital for these transitional assets and activities? And if there are some key steps that the financial institutions, especially in the emerging markets, needs to do in order to develop this transition finance roadmap?
Thank you, Vibhuti. I know all of you are waiting for lunch, so let me take a step back and say on a lighter note that when Vibhuti was asking her question, I was about to reach out to the old-fashioned mic, and just then I realized that this thing is there. And I think that connects a bit with what this entire conversation of aligning finance and transition is all about, because we have to reorient ourselves and work in a different way of working than what we were used to. Now that is evolving for me. I was about to reach it, then I realized I held my hand back and I went on. And that is really where the preparedness of the sector is also. It's evolving. It's all a work in progress. If I take a bit of our experiences of working, on a serious note now, if I take the experience of some of the projects, interactions, engagements that we've done with financial institutions across a lot of regions. So there are 3-4 things that I really want to emphasize. One is conceptually, and let's be very clear about this. However much we talk about net zero transition at forums like these, on-ground reality is completely different. Financial institutions in emerging markets, whether it is India or many other countries in Asia and Africa and South America, are still in very, very early stages of integrating ESG into their overall risk management strategy, business strategy, and all of this. There is an overt emphasis on the disclosure side of ESG. Disclosure is just one small piece of ESG, by the way. Unfortunately, a lot of discussion I keep on hearing at forums is about ESG disclosure. ESG disclosure, it's just one small piece. We have done studies where we've done landscape analysis with bankers across risk management, credit appraisal, investment management, and all. And we realized that integration of ESG sustainability approaches in risk management, things, very specialized risk management functions, in very specialized credit appraisal, investment appraisal functions is still near absent. In very simple terms, even if there is ESG, it is not part of the sanction or the investment decision making. And I think that's a very fundamental point we all need to understand in terms of the realities of where the industry is. So conceptually, things like climate risk, which is how climate risk will impact my portfolio, a lot needs to be done. We are still in very nascent stages, very early stages. Within ESG, climate change itself is a more specialized or niche field, and within that, transition is an even more niche field. So it's a long way to go. As far as the people are concerned, like I said, a lot of institutions still coordinate this with CSR. So in India, you have that 2% CSR thing. The CSR board level committee actually drives business sustainability in a number of large financial institutions, and I'm talking about the large institutions who, people like you and me hold their credit cards, banking accounts, their DP accounts. So I'm not even talking about the small financial institutions. So we need to move away from this mindset that this is a CSR. We need to work with them to make them understand, and that's what people like us are doing, that this is part of the actual business. There's a business rationale. A lot of sensitization at board level and C level, by the way. So it's not just about telling the sustainability person. The sustainability person knows what this is all about. The challenge is to get the buy-in from the top level. The challenge is getting buy-in from the functional level, all the risk managers, the CRO's office, the CFO's office. That's where the preparedness really needs to, kick up. One final point on this particular preparedness, products and issues we can speak later. But I want to, let me put a cat amongst the pigeons here. I disagree with what Suranjali and Bhuti said, and in fact even Piyush, that there has to be a return focus. Not literally, but I'm just joking that I'll reorient it and say that the financial institutions are focused on risk-adjusted net return. That's what they are focused on. So the risk part of it, all of climate action transition is a big unknown. A lot of technologies are unproven. Like you said, at Tata, they're working on carbon capture technology in the Netherlands plant, but those are the few and far between cases. You need proven technologies that can be put on an Excel business plan sheet. Only that will be fundable. Only that will be bankable. So the risk aspect of it needs to be better understood. And when I say net return, why I use the word net is because ultimately banks and financial, let's talk about banks. That's the larger share of AUM. They focus on something called net interest margin. So when you say that they need to do this, they need to do that, they need to focus on this, they need to focus on that, please understand that when the banker is hearing it, he's hearing all of these as capex and opex cost. So while we may say that technology can be absorbed, technology is not. It is a capex decision. He needs to get board level, complete approvals. It's a very different ballgame how that happens in the boardrooms. So the product perspective, we need to bring more analysis on the arithmetic of it in terms of the impact on net interest margin and how much of this additional capex and opex that will be able to fund. So that is one part of it. In terms of steps, what are the 5 easy steps they can do? We have a lot of frameworks out there. A lot of, if I cut the fancy language and put it in brass tacks, which the average banker understands. The average bank does not understand climate modeling language. I love the presentation that Ulka and Varun did. I think that brings out so many insights, but I'm sure you realize that the average banker will not understand much of it. We need a version of that lovely presentation in their language. And that's really what the first step is, that we need to start speaking. The first step to transition in the financial sector is to start speaking their language. Carbon footprint. just to understand where your baseline is, how much financed emission is there on your portfolio, how much, which company is more high carbon intensive. That is, we've just seen 2 or 3 requests for proposals come out from emerging market financial institutions. So that is that is one of the initial steps, and that nascency tells you a large part of the story. But nevertheless, if we are able to do that, we understand where we are. The next level is to understand what the gap is. The gap in terms of what, well, we can align it with the NDCs and everything, but again, there's a lot of research that says that NDCs is not going to be enough. But nevertheless, all that debate aside, we understand the gap, and then we essentially divide the portfolio into 3-4 pieces. What is my highest carbon intensive assets? I'm able to understand that basis the baseline study I did. I use those criteria as a negative screening for incremental addition to the portfolio. I look at which of my companies I've lent to or invested in, how many they have aligned to net zero. Now, obviously, that is zero in most cases. So I'm not going to focus more on that. But another segment is who is showing signs of aligning, moving along that alignment. So that is really where a very important ESG strategy called active engagement becomes very important. We work with them to understand what is the target I need to achieve for my portfolio, vis-a-vis what is the target the company needs to achieve for their portfolio. Is there a marriage happening? And then work with them to understand, okay, what are the progress, what is the KPIs, what is the achievement, and so on and so forth. And finally, in terms of new, and by the way, when I say new incremental addition to the portfolio, let's also remember that we are in this country, there's also talk that new coal power plants may get financed in coming time as well. The news says that nobody wants to speak about these things. A very sensitive topic. That's the reality. We're going to go up till we finally come down. So the new incremental portfolio addition. Now, how do you align this with that entire arithmetic of net interest margin and cost of capital and portfolio returns is where the crux is, because what the bankers say. The banker says that if I don't invest in fossil fuel, I lose out on returns. And they cannot let that happen because it's a competitive industry. All banks, it's a very fragmented industry. So if I don't do it, then others will. And that really brings to a question about creating, the regulatory gap, addressing the regulatory gap from that. So maybe these are those 4 or 5 steps which I would encapsulate. What is it a financial institution can really do in practical terms to move towards that transition alike?
Thanks, Arujit. I think both WRI and I at IEEFA, we'll work with you to how to convert this into a language which bankers can understand, so that we can bring in more and more investment and kind of help them understand the risk-adjusted net returns, what you mentioned. I am mindful of the time, so maybe we can take up 2-3 questions from the audience now. Yeah, can you just share it?
Hi, I'm Abhishek from CRH. My question is to Surajit. So you were saying that in India, we Indian banks don't have risk management capabilities of integrating climate risk. But to me, that also sounds like this issue is not a strategic priority, for the board to allocate those resources. So what more is needed? Do they need more data and analysis to show that, okay, in 5 years, because of floods or so and so, your portfolios are going to be impacted by it? Or, what else is needed for it?
A lot of things are needed. But I think, the one thing that I will say is that, and again, this is a point that is also, we have seen a little less focus on at a lot of industry forum discussions, is that regulations have to take precedence over industry action. You have a lot of reports saying private sector has to play a role in development financing. Private sector has to do this. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. We understand. Let me tell you, I am the biggest supporter of saying that, of course, the financial sector should put climate outcomes as a primary outcome. But the question is how. Nobody, a lot less focus is on the how, on the whys and the whats. So on the how part of it, if regulations don't take precedence, if we don't have clear-cut policies, the question bankers ask that, like someone mentioned about taxonomy, right? I think in Shantanu's presentation, he mentioned taxonomy. So unless you have a clear classification definition of what activities would fall under this, the bankers are hesitant. They've told us clearly in the face And we do remember India is a country where we've had retrospective actions on the regulatory front in the capital market. So it's a very, very sensitive thing. Bankers don't want to take the investments and do all that and then realize that, oh my God, the policy is saying something different. You were going this way and actually you had to go this way. So regulations, and I think that's a feedback to both Vibhuti and Shantanu in terms of the T20, the material that they'll be sending ahead, that action in terms of transition finance classification, taxonomy, common definition, guideline, not just that they need to do scenario, climate stress testing, but guideline on what is the process they need to follow. Bankers don't have that capacity. In fact, we are working with bankers to create those capacities, by the way. They don't have that capacity in-house. In most front-running banks, by the way, even when they come on forums and they are talking, okay, this sustainability, that climate, this net zero transition, you do realize that there are only those 3-4 people within that entire large institution who know this subject. That's the reality. It's not a cross-functional capacity that has been created. So regulations are needed for this in order to give that direction. Regulations are also needed to create that level playing field. Because unless you create that level playing field in a highly competitive and fragmented marketplace, every person will be hesitating to, I mean, you can say that in terms of competitive positioning, if I do something, well, you know what, the HSBCs, India's and the Standard Chart India's of the world are doing it, and great kudos to them. But they are able to do it because they have a lot of intelligence here coming up from their home turfs. Indian born and bred institutions don't have that advantage. So you need to create a level playing field in terms of with regulations that sort of motivates, incentivizes, and pushes. And I'm using the word pushes also here, that pushes the financial institutions into taking those decisions that all of us want them to take for a low carbon future.
Okay, we have.
Hi, this is to the investors and the bankers out there. I just have two questions. One is, how useful would be an overarching net zero target, which is enshrined in law, preferably, or executive action? How useful would that be to just provide a signal to the private investor out there? Saying that, look, we'll reach net zero by 2070, irrespective of what happens, and we are enshrining it in law. So this is my first question. What would be the impact of such just a singular move about enshrining a net zero law? Second question is in the international investment regime. I mean, we have seen cases in Spain and, certain European countries where, owing to the bilateral investment treaties that they have signed, they have faced considerable risks and ISDS cases against them, which have, imposed a huge cost on the taxpayer. And this pertains to energy companies suing them when they have tried to bring about green regulations. Now, my question is, how risky is that for emerging market economies in the global south? That is your India, Indonesia, and the likes of Brazil. So how risky is that proposition? And second, can we, on the flip side, can we leverage that international investment regime to actually, draw in more in green investments? So these are my two questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Nanadi, are you still there with us? Would you like to comment on the two questions?
Sure. I think the first one, as I briefly said, I think the targets for like 2060, 2017, which is set by most Asian markets on the national level, is not that useful. It definitely sets the agenda and also sets the direction for companies. However, when we are looking at companies and when we are actively engaging with companies, we definitely want to have more interim targets. For example, by 2030, 0.5%, 50% reduction, etc. So we have had seen that in some Asian markets. And also science-based target initiatives is another thing that we like to promote. So on the high level, I think it is good to have a national agenda, but I think on the individual level, we still need to see the companies as making efforts to actually walk their talks. Sorry, can you beg your pardon for the second question?
Hi, my second question was pertaining to the international investment regime, wherein a number of countries have faced problems owing to, the treaties that they have already signed, investment treaties that I'm talking about. So Spain had a case wherein they had introduced massive subsidies for feed-in tariffs for renewable energy, right? But a lot of energy companies sued them, and energy companies got settlements amounting to 2-3% of Spain's GDP. So how risky is the international investment regime currently for countries like Indonesia and India?
Would you
How
want to?
risky
Yeah.
for international investors?
No, for the
Um,
country itself.
Okay, Nali Suranjali can respond to this.
Right.
I have a rather controversial view on the ISDS regime. It's extractive. I think India suspended its BITs. The 2016 model is still up for grabs. UK is trying to negotiate it. And I think it links back to your previous question. It's good to have a transition plan, but if we put it in law, it creates another legal regime which can be contested. You can take the state or the sovereign directly in a dispute. So it's a catch-22. So it's great to have it in law, but then you could sort of bring it, if we were to sign a BIT, it would bring the government, into dispute. Yeah.
So on the flip side, my question is, can you rather leverage that investment regime to bring in more green investments? I get the conundrum.
Yeah, as I said, the ISDS regime is quite warped. You take a sovereign before a independent tribunal, which is not a subject matter expert in most cases, as you've seen it's panned out. So not a great fan of it, but if anyone else has a different view, happy to hear that.
Anybody would you want to?
I can probably, hello?
Yeah, Erica, go ahead.
Hi, Vibhuti. I can probably just chip in a little bit from the Indonesia side. I think what is important before any country sign on an agreement, which is, for instance, the JETP agreement that Indonesia signed with the IPG countries, the Indonesian government already set upfront the 3 principles before signing the agreement, which is first that the transition needs to have a positive economic impact for Indonesia, and that it is really important to state the fact about energy affordability. And the second one is that we are also non-negotiable for energy security, including the stability and resiliency of the grid. And the third one is that, the emission reduction is an aspiration for both, not just Indonesia, but also for the IPG countries, which means that this agreement is non-binding legally, but it has to be a cooperation between the two, the funders and the host country. So I guess if, coming back into your question, how risky is that proposition? I think this risk, you can put fences against this risk before you sign any bilateral agreements.
Perfect. Thanks, Erica. I'll just take one last question because I don't want to stand between you and the lunch. Please, Promit, one last question.
Yeah, hi. My name is Promit. I'm from the Observer Research Foundation. My question is on the social aspects of transition and transition finance. And again, I'm going to ask for some recommendations for the G20 as well. In particular, it's on the question of the JETPs. I think we're all aware of what's been happening with the JETPs in Indonesia. One of the big achievements from the G20 was the JETP. And now we're seeing that in India, there's a bit of reluctance to sign on to such a deal. But my question essentially is, what is the justice that we're talking about in a just transition, right? And the question is, this idea that a JETP should be focused on coal is essentially a very global north idea that it started. I mean, it comes from a very different space from where we are in the global south. So my question is, if we are not willing to sign on to a JETP related to coal, should the JETP itself evolve and be reconceptualized to look at sectors where there is interest and there is momentum already in India? In particular, maybe 2 sectors. One is the cooling sector, where providing thermal comfort will now be very closely linked to our SDGs. World Bank did a study and said 3.7 million jobs can be created from a sustainable cooling pathway. So could that be the focus of a reconceptualized JETP? Second, electric mobility. I think many people have spoken about that. Again, great opportunity. So the question is should the focus of a JETP be reconceptualized? And is that something this developing economy troika of G20 countries should focus on building a narrative around? Or is it important to keep the JETP focused to coal and talk about how do you kind of a lot of the questions about how do you phase out or phase down, whatever you want to call it, the coal economy. So thanks.
Yeah, maybe quickly, so Ranjali, you and Erica, if you can respond. Erica, you want to go first on the JETP?
Okay, thank you. I think we should be aware that JETP is not the only transition mechanism that we're talking here. JETP is just one out of the many transition mechanisms. Indonesia has a couple actually that is currently running at the same time, complementing each other. And when you talk about, the Indonesian JETP versus the South African JETP or versus the Vietnamese JETP, everything is very much based on the local context. So, fortunately, unfortunately maybe, the Indonesian and the South African countries focuses more on the coal retirement, early coal retirement, because as I mentioned previously, Indonesia, first and foremost important issue is overcapacity. Meanwhile, for South Africa, their issue is the that Eskom is near bankrupt, and they actually have a lot of non-effective and efficient coal-fired power plants as well. But for Vietnam, in this case, although they haven't really decided yet on what kind of activities that they will do with the JETPs, I guess the Vietnamese will not consider on retiring early any of their coal-fired power plants because they still need it, and then they will choose more on the other activities, such as the green renewable energy as well as the e-mobility. So I think for India, it will depend on how good your government is in negotiating these deals with the JETP IPG countries. But again, this is an agreement with both sides. So this is not just some North countries, the global North pushing something to the global South. This is supposed to be something that you meet in the middle.
Yeah. Very quickly, just to add to that, is that going back to COP27, India held the position that we should include all fossil fuels in the discussion. So I think no negotiation should be about any specific fossil fuel. So I think there needs to be a broader thinking on these just energy transition partnerships. And also nothing stops a country from having bilateral agreements on funding, bilateral channels of funding. And I think that can be opened up. It doesn't require 5 countries trying to talk to one developing country and tell what they're supposed to do. One last thing I wanted to just quickly say, Vibhuti, that one sector we haven't talked about at all is the insurance sector in finance. And I think that is in the business of pricing risk and financing hazard or even adaptation. So I think that could be one of the things.
I was just about to say maybe that could be a specific focus discussions on the insurance sector as the next, discussion that we plan under the T20 Secretariat. With this, I'll bring the session to a close. I would thank everyone who's present in person, as well as a lot of people have joined online for listening to this very insightful discussion today. So thank you all for coming. And also to the T20 Secretariat for giving us this opportunity to have this discussion today. And lastly, to both the IEEFA and the WRI staff who have helped us organize this event. I don't want to name, there are many people involved, but special thanks to Shantanu and Nivedita for helping us organize this session. Thank you, everyone. Lunch is served. Please join us for the lunch. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was